and our panel is dedicated to international order and justice, which are not perfect and not always can solve the problems which arise. And currently, Ukraine is seeking justice in various international institutions. Despite the fact that conflicts occur all the time, Ukraine has to find its own way to bring to account Russian leaders who committed the crime of aggression, which is the mother crime. Anton Korinevich is the ambassador at large of the Foreign Ministry and one of the leading Ukrainian lawyers. Together with a team of like-minded people from different countries, he is looking for a way to create an international tribunal for aggression. It's my pleasure to invite Anton to give his welcome speech. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much, dear Oksana. Good morning, dear ladies and gentlemen. It's a real pleasure and honor to be present today here during this conference and during this panel. And I would like, first of all, of course, to thank the organizers of the conference, all the organizations, both civil society and governmental agencies, who made this conference possible. As part of my heart will always remain Crimea, and I'm really glad how we turned the issue of the occupation and reintegration of Crimea since 2019 to what it is now. And in particular, this conference is one of the symbols of this. And I'm glad and proud that I used to serve as President's representative in Crimea for almost 3 years. And of course, today's panel is very important due to the fact that accountability and justice is one of the key elements of how Ukraine see this world and the situation after the Russian aggression. And accountability and justice is the inherent part and one of the key pillars of the peace formula by His Excellency President of Ukraine, Mr. Volodymyr Zelensky, in particular within point 7, restoration of justice, which means that whenever we will talk about peace and whenever we will talk about the end of the war, which is caused by the Russian aggression, we need to think about accountability and justice. There may not be peace without justice. And Ukraine really, since this war of aggression started in 2014 with the temporary occupation of Crimea, Ukraine really works on all the tracks and uses each and every international mechanism and tool in order to bring Russian Federation and its citizens to accountability. Since 2014, we are in each and every possible international court where we could file applications against the Russian Federation. And of course, I'm sure that you followed the news, in particular in September from The Hague, from the hearings in the International Court of Justice on allegations of genocide case. But we see that in order to get this accountability and justice track done, in order to ensure accountability and justice, the existing international legal mechanisms and tools are not enough. And we see at least 2 important gaps, which we, with our colleagues, both from Ukraine's governmental agencies and from our foreign friends and partners, we try to close, to fulfill these accountability gaps. One of them is the absence of compensation or reparations mechanism. And that is why our colleagues, in particular in the Ministry of Justice, work hard in order to establish the fully fledged compensation mechanism, which will consist of Register of Damage, Compensation Commission, and Compensation Fund. And you know that one of these important elements is already established. The Register of Damage starts its operations in The Hague. And the second gap, which we in the Foreign Ministry and our colleagues from foreign ministries of other states work on, of course, together with the Office of the President and other governmental agencies, Prosecutor General's Office, is the accountability for the crime of aggression. We believe that this is one of the core elements of ensuring full and comprehensive accountability for all the Russian crimes committed in the territory of Ukraine. Because in our context, in the context of the Russian war against Ukraine, if it wasn't the crime of aggression, as Oksana called it, the mother crime, the primary crime, there wouldn't be any single war crime committed on our land. Because before this war of aggression, we didn't know what is a war crime before the occupation of Crimea started. So that is why we believe that ensuring accountability for the crime of aggression is really important now. And moreover, it is important because this is also the crucial moment for the international law itself, for the principle of non-use of force or non-threat of force enshrined in Article 2.4 of the UN Charter, and for the very concept of the crime of aggression. Because if the crime of aggression, in this particular case, when it is recognized as aggression, in the resolutions of pretty much all the engaged international organizations, in particular the UN General Assembly resolutions, is not investigated and prosecuted, then the whole concept of non-use of force, non-threat of force, and the illegality of aggressive war would be at stake, would be questioned. And we are sure that this is not only the matter for Ukraine, and this is not only the European matter, how somebody may consider. This is really the international matter, because if we do not pursue accountability for the crime of aggression now, this crime might arise in other different regions of the world. And then any dictator might consider that he or she will not be punished for this crime because in the case of the brutal Russian aggression, nothing happened. So that is why we believe that this is really the international character of the reaction which we need to have. And that is why we believe that for the countries outside Europe and for the countries in America, Asia, Africa, it is important also to work on this, in particular because many of them voted for UN General Assembly resolutions with the recognition of aggression. As of now, we have a core group of states, which comprise now 38 states, not only European. We have some states from Central America, which is very important for us. And we gather together and try to find out the best possible way to establish a tribunal. And of course, it would be very important for us if some other states from other regions of the world join us, because then they can work with us together on this initiative. They can then try to see how to establish a special tribunal. We have already made very important first steps. One of them in particular is the establishment of the International Center for the Prosecution of the Crime of Aggression, ICPA, the first international effort for the prosecution of the crime of aggression after the Second World War in case of real perpetration of the crime of aggression. Already now in The Hague, 20 prosecutors from several states from the world, including 6 from Ukraine, work daily on investigation and common prosecution and coordination of investigations of the crime of aggression. And of course, we understand that common action in the United Nations will be needed also. Whether we go for the establishment of the special tribunal for the crime of aggression against Ukraine as a purely international tribunal, on the basis of Ukraine-UN agreement with relevant action by the UN General Assembly, which might request the Secretary General to enter into agreement with Ukraine. And this is a preferable format and preferable model for Ukraine. And then, of course, votes in the UN General Assembly will matter a lot, and votes not only from European states, but for the states from other regions also. Or if we decide or see that there might be some other track for the establishment of the special tribunal, endorsement and support for this tribunal in the resolutions of the UN General Assembly will be crucial. So that is why whether we choose the preferable model, which is the international model on the basis of Ukraine-UN agreement, UNJ will play the important role, or if we find some other model which will be okay for us and our international partners, the actions by General Assembly will also be very important. To close this introductory remarks, this war of aggression started in 2014 in Crimea. This crime of aggression is important for us to find the solution in order to cover the issue of investigation and prosecution of this crime. This is probably the only mechanism which might bring to responsibility all the perpetrators of the illegal attempted annexation of Crimea started in 2014. So that is why we would continue this work. This mechanism, the special tribunal, is in particular important to get the accountability and justice for Russia's illegal actions in our Ukrainian Crimea. And I'm sure that together with our international partners, we will find the solution. And of course, support from as many states as the support can be established will be really important for us. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Anton. And now we'll start our discussion. We have 6 panelists here. 2 will be online. I hope, and for here. Richard Goldstone from South Africa. He serves as the chief prosecutor of the international tribunals for Yugoslavia and for Rwanda. He also is a human rights lawyer. Ara Kazarian from Armenia, he's a human rights attorney who specialized in the protection of human rights, including the situations during armed conflicts. Musad Ali Mohammed, a Sudanese lawyer, and the executive director of the African Center for Justice and Peace Studies. Leopoldo Lopez from Venezuela, a pro-democracy activist who was a political prisoner from 2014 to 2020, and also had to flee from Venezuela. Yasmin Jusudu Sharif, a lawyer who also worked as an executive secretary of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission in Sierra Leone, and Felix Maradeiga, a politician and pro-democracy activist from Nicaragua. He is a critic of Daniel Ortega dictatorship and was arrested after announcing his intention to go for the president. And now I'll invite Richard Goldstone. Do we have him online? Yes. Mr. Richard, hello. Nice to see you. The goal of the international legal order created after World War II is to stop wars and prevent them. But since then, civil wars and international conflicts had occurred all over the world, and there are wars which are going on right now. It turns that the established international order cannot cope with these challenges. What didn't work and what changes need to be made in the United Nations system? What else needs to be changed?
Well, really, firstly, thank you very much for inviting me to join you this morning. I'm getting an echo in my voice. Maybe the technical people can help me. That's better, thank you. Modern international criminal law really dates from 1996, when the UN Security Council decided that bringing justice to the victims of war would aid in bringing about peace. Accordingly, the Security Council established the International Criminal Tribunals for the former Yugoslavia and for Rwanda the following year. Now, no human institution is without its faults, but the work of the two ad hoc tribunals established by the United Nations Security Council did bring some solace and justice to many victims. In particular, the work of the tribunals proved that many serious war crimes were committed, including the crime of genocide. When we began in the former Yugoslavia, the vicious war was underway, as it is, unfortunately, in your country. But that did not deter us from investigating the commission of serious war crimes, including the crime of genocide committed by the Bosnian Serb army in Srebrenica in the middle of 1995. Those most responsible for that terrible crime, Karadzic and Mladic, are today both serving long terms of imprisonment. Similarly, some of the most senior leaders of the Rwandan genocide are now behind bars. I would stress the importance for victims of the proof of the commission of these war crimes. If you want to see physical evidence of its importance, you could visit the Genocide Memorial Museum outside Srebrenica in Bosnia and Herzegovina, and the Genocide Memorial Museum in Kigali, the capital of Rwanda. The careful proof of the facts may not bring back the victims, but what they do know is proven clearly and publicly, and the detail is there, and it makes dishonest denials of the atrocity crimes all the more difficult. I have no doubt that it is justice for the victims in Ukraine that has compelled the government of Ukraine to refer the situation in your country to the International Criminal Court. and it is now seeking an additional route, as has just been explained to us, an additional route to investigate the crime of aggression perpetrated against Ukraine by Russia. The International Criminal Court has already issued an arrest warrant against President Putin for crimes against humanity arising from the illegal transfer of hundreds of thousands of Ukrainian children to Russia. It really is a horrible crime to think about. I have no doubt that further serious charges of other war crimes will follow against leaders of the Russian Federation. Justice for victims is also the reason that even in the midst of the present war, the courts of the Ukraine are bringing to court members of the Russian army who are charged with serious war crimes committed on your territory. To its credit, your government is sending independent monitors to attend these trials in order to ensure that they are conducted in a manner that is fair to those who are accused. Turning to the crime of aggression, it's unfortunate, in my view, that the International Criminal Court does not have jurisdiction over the important and serious crime of aggression in the case of Ukraine. And there's been debate now for many months on how best to set up a tribunal that has such jurisdiction. I won't go into the various options, but I will deal with one problem that certainly has worried me. Head of state immunity protects President Putin from criminal charges in all domestic courts. It is only before an international court that the crime of aggression can be brought against a sitting head of state. It is for that reason alone that I have strongly supported the establishment of an international court by Ukraine in partnership with the United Nations General Assembly. That would create an international court. And in such an international court, President Putin would not be able to rely on head of state immunity. That was the way in which international criminal courts were set up for Cambodia and in a similar way for Sierra Leone. So I hope I've explained the main purposes and goals of international criminal justice. It's very important for the victims of the serious crimes that have been committed. Thank you.
Thank you so much. But the next question will be about hostage. International humanitarian law prohibits taking civilian hostage during the armed conflicts. Russia is currently doing that. How Ukraine can deal with that? And do you know any such precedents in other conflicts, and how were they resolved?
Well, the taking of hostages is a very serious war crime. It is outlawed in Common Article 3 of the Geneva Conventions. The Geneva Conventions prohibits the taking of hostages. It is also prohibited by the 4th Geneva Convention, and it's considered a grave breach of the Geneva Conventions. In 1979, the United Nations General Assembly approved the International Convention against the taking of hostages. It was adopted on the 17th of December of 1979. The convention entered into force in 1983 and had 174 states parties as of June 2015. So you will see that there's very wide acceptance and recognition of the serious crime of hostage taking. There have been some examples of hostage taking. Hostages were taken by the Bosnian Serb army. They took, in fact, United Nations employees as hostages. Hostages were taken in Iran. The international community has always regarded with disgust the taking of innocent people and holding them as hostages. And I'm sure that this will feature before the International Criminal Court in the coming months.
Thank you so much. You just mentioned International Criminal Court, and Armenia has ratified the Rome Statute just yesterday and became a member of the International Criminal Court. Ukraine also signed this document a long time ago, but has not ratified it yet. Ara Gazarian is an Armenian lawyer, and so my question will be to you. Why has Armenia decided to ratify the Rome Statute right now?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, indeed, the president signed the Ratification Act yesterday, and it was adopted by the parliament a week ago. So it's kind of Armenia is in rush, is in hurry to have this instrument. Why Armenia signed, the most important reason, or the sole reason, is to secure international protection against aggressive act of aggression or war crimes in the territory of Armenia. Because we have neighbors who often make political statements that they take a certain corridor from Armenia, which is in the territory of Armenia by force. So far, we've been in military conflicts in the last 30 years, but mostly those were outside of territory of Armenia or on the borders of Armenia. But now we are exposed to a real risk that we may be invaded or at least committed still an aggressive war, but in a very limited period of time like last year. So most important reason is to secure international legal protection, which is also an issue, whether the legal protection would be effective in the active phase of war. It's a matter of discussion that we may discuss today, whether international legal instruments are effective or not. Anyway, Armenia has already made such decision, even though we had these very severe warnings from our so-called ally country, Russia, that I can tell you about that later.
Could you tell us what kind of discussions did you have inside the country before the ratification? What were the fears?
Well, the discourse is still ongoing, even though we've already adopted this document. Discussions, they followed between, among the legal professionals, including society. Political factors and legal factors were the matters of consideration. Among the legal matters, which must be weighed with political factors in order to decide whether they're more going to be positive or negative aspects. Among the political, of course, the Russian factor, because Russia was severely against that Armenia signs, and even a few days ago, when the parliament adopted, Dmitry Peskov, the Kremlin speaker, said that, verbally said the following: it was an extremely hostile act against Russia. So if the Kremlin speaker says that, that means that Putin says that. Anyway, so number one factor political is the Russian factor, because Russia has a military base in Armenia, and there are military personnel there who may have been prosecuted by ICC, and if they appear in the territory of Armenia, whether Armenia should arrest them and surrender them to ICC or not. And first of all, of course, it concerns to Putin. But when we started discussions, the Ukrainian war was not in place yet, so there was no charges against Putin. And then discussions were not really ongoing. But then after the Ukrainian war, when the charges were brought, now his prosecution is ongoing as Putin, the society mostly were concerned about this factor. Among the political factors, there are no other political factors, of course, or maybe also joining to international community. A democratic or progressive international community and getting more friendly countries in the world once we join this family. But there are also legal factors. I've been litigating in international courts in the last 20 years, and I had many successful decisions, but also had many reasons to be upset from international tribunals. And number one reason is the time frame. It takes very long, 10 to 15 years. All my cases that I won in the European Court of Human Rights took 9 to 10 years. The last case about armed conflict in the context of government propaganda was issued in October 6 against Azerbaijan. And that took 7 years, and I was very glad about that. Second legal factor, negative factor, that national tribunals, they limit their jurisdiction. And as you know, the ICC has two types of jurisdiction, territorial and citizenship, nationality. Armenia mostly relies on the territorial jurisdiction. And when we ratified the statute, we made only one declaration that the statute should go back to May 10, 2021. That was the first time when military operations took place in the territory of Armenia and summary executions took place, posted on the social media. The international tribunals usually limit their jurisdiction, and that also affects the possibility of having an effective remedy from international courts. And let's take the ICC. In the last 20 years, in operation since 2002, it has only 31 cases. The last statistics I took from the court webpage yesterday, only 31 cases and 10 successful judgments, 16 fugitives. So when a country decides to join this international legal framework, they have to consider the political factors against whether they're going to gain effective legal remedies, or individuals, or even the state at large is going to get effective legal remedies. Anyway, all these are behind already. We ratified this, and we are exposed now to political pressure from Russia, and we don't know whether we're going to arrest Putin or not if he arrives in Armenia, but we have to. We will have to. In 60 days, I guess tomorrow, next week, the government will send the document for deposition with the UN Secretary General. In 60 days, we'll have it in full effect. Then we'll have to bring in compliance our criminal law with the ICC, and then we'll see what happens.
What does Armenia expect from the International Criminal Court?
What do we expect? Well, first of all, to prevent possible act of aggression and to prevent possible war crimes in the territory of Armenia. That's the number one. So we are securing international security by referring to this international legal order. There are, of course, also political tools, diplomatic tools, but there are many people who are not really optimistic about having international legal tools as effective measure of protection. But we rely on everything that we think would give some possibility to protect our country.
Thank you so much. The international justice, as you say, takes very long. And the International Criminal Court began investigating genocide and other atrocities in Darfur, Sudan, almost 20 years ago. And there is still no judgment. One case was closed. Some of the suspects are at large. And the president, former president, Omar al-Bashir, despite the promise of Sudan to the International Criminal Court, was not handed over, and only one suspect is in custody right now. Are people of Sudan still waiting for justice after these 20 years? And do they still believe in it? And this question I will address to Musad Ali Mohammed, please.
Well, thank you so much, Oksana, and thank you so much for the organizers for giving us the opportunity to be here. And actually, I'd like to start from the speech, from the part of his speech that has been delivered by Anton, which is we cannot achieve sustainable peace or lasting peace, without having this question of justice and accountability addressed. And this is maybe one of the major issues that has led, to this very complicated situation in Sudan. In terms of team process, or even in terms of reaching the justice and accountability. To understand the context, it would be very crucial to give a short background about the conflict itself that has led, to these violations, and also resulted in the referral of the situation in Sudan to the International Criminal Court. In 2002, or 2001, 2002, there was a region in Sudan, the western part of Sudan, called the Darfur region. The majority of the population in this western region, they belong to the African tribes. And Sudan actually like a diverse country because it has like more than 8 neighboring countries, 4 of them like Arab countries, Libya, Egypt, Saudi Arabia from the east. And then back there, we have Central African Republic, Chad, before that there was Kenya, Uganda. So it's a very big and very diverse. The political issue has a very strong presence and has led to a number of conflicts in Sudan, not only in the region of Darfur, but even the rest part of the country. Because there is exclusion, the exclusion from specific ethnic groups, from participating or from sharing the wealth and the power. And for that reason, the politicians in the Darfur region have taken up the arm against the central government in 2001, claiming to have their share in the wealth and the power. As a result, and because at the same time, the government of Sudan during that time was engaged in a war, internal war in the southern region of Sudan, so they have assigned militias called the Janjaweed militia, and majorly they are composed from the Arab tribes or from the Arab ethnic groups, and they have committed this genocide and war crimes and crimes against humanity along with the Sudanese armed forces. This situation actually has brought the attention of the international community because the number of the deaths was more than 200,000 people have been killed, 3 million people have been internally displaced, and 300,000 people have been forced to cross the border and become refugees in neighboring countries. This is besides the destructions of hundreds of villages and other crimes as well. Since Sudan was not state member to the International Criminal Court, the Security Council, the UN Security Council under Chapter 7, they have adopted a resolution by which they establish an international commission of inquiry so as to be sent to Sudan to investigate the situation. Actually, like fact-finding missions to identify the crimes and also to identify those who bear the greatest responsibility. And they're supposed to report back to the Security Council within 3 months. This commission or this International Commission of Inquiry was established in 2004, September 2004. By the end of, or by the beginning of 2005, they have reported back to the Security Council. And then again, the Security Council find a ground, for the referral of that case to the International Criminal Court for the second time, because also they have the jurisdiction or they have the mandate actually to refer the case. And it could be similar to what happened in Ukraine, despite the fact that in Ukraine, the referral was by the state members, more than 39 state members, they have agreed to refer the case. But actually for Sudan, they use the power under Chapter 7 for the Security Council to refer the case to the International Court, and this has happened. And accordingly, in 2005, they have started their investigation. But the Office of the Prosecutor, but that time they didn't have access to the country because they have been denied visa to enter the country, and thus they have been relying on international organizations, UN agencies, national NGOs, to conduct part of these investigations. By interviewing witnesses, victims, collecting evidence, etc. By the end of this process, actually the ICC found that there are gross crimes against international law and specifically against Rome Statute, which have been referred to in the report of the International Commission of Inquiry. So there was arrest warrant. The first 2 arrest warrants was in 2007, and actually it has taken like 2 years, to get the first arrest warrants. Unlike the situation, for example, in Ukraine, because there was access, to the country, and there was a collaboration from Ukraine, and even the persecutor himself has been here, and also he has said the biggest ever investigative team that has arrived here. So maybe that's why it's like a bit faster. It has taken 2 years, to get or to issue the warrants of arrest against 2. The first one was the Minister of Interior Affairs, and the other one was the Janjaweed militias. 2 years later, in 2009, then comes the third warrant of arrest against the president himself. And also, he faced actually the same accounts of crimes against humanity, war crimes, and then later on, they add the crime of genocide. 2012, and this is almost like 7 years later, there was a fourth warrant of arrest against the Minister of the National Defense. However, it has taken longer than it should be, but at the end of the day, actually, there were some progress, despite the fact that it was slow, but you can see relatively there was like a move forward. So this could be actually like a brief background about the context and the situation or the case of Darfur or Sudan.
And do people still believe in justice in Sudan after this?
Well, actually, I can't say that, there is justice right now because, even after this 20-something years, just like 5 months ago, 15th of April, there was a new cycle of violence in Sudan. And this time, not only in Darfur, but actually it covers the entire country. And according to the Office of the Prosecutor, these crimes that have been committed since 15th of April up to date, they are amount also, to crimes against humanity and war crimes. And since the Office of the Prosecutor, they doesn't have the mandate to investigate other parts of Sudan, apart from Darfur, so they have launched their investigation in Darfur in June 2023. For the victims, actually, for the previous victims and even for the current one, it has been really very long process because they have been waiting more than 20 years, for example, for the people in Darfur to see this justice done, but that has not happened. And even within the national systems, the national judiciary system, they don't have access to justice. And simply because, first of all, there's no willingness from the side of the government itself, to move forward with this investigation. And besides that also, there is no ability as well. So willingness and ability is absent. And simply because the perpetrators, they are still there. And even the laws, still grant like blanket impunity to all the armed forces, the police, the militias, they are covered by this blanket impunity. And that's actually, it could be like impossible for the victims, to see this justice done within their country. And for that reason, actually, they are still having that hope, to see this justice one day through this international criminal court. It is true that there is one case among all these against these Janjaweed militias, Aliko Shep, the trial has started just 2 years ago. I think that 2020 has been surrounded to the international court. He was captured from a neighboring country and then being transferred to the ICC custody. And the prosecutor has presented his case on the 18th of October this month. In 3 or 4 days' time, then the defense actually will launch his opening statement for his case. So this could be like the only one case, within this long period of time that has, reached to the stage of the trial. Despite the fact that actually for the victims, they think that actually this is not the real target because he's just like a Janjaweed militia, not the one who bears the greatest responsibility like the president or the Minister of Defense or the Minister of the Interior Affairs. So, however, there is still hope because they don't have any other option within their country.
As you mentioned, in March 2009, the President al-Bashir became the first sitting head of the state who was indicted by the International Criminal Court. There were 2 arrest warrants, but Sudan didn't recognize the jurisdiction of the ICC, and the Arab League and a number of countries opposed the ICC and didn't arrest al-Bashir when he visited these countries. For instance, South Africa, which is a member of ICC and has commitments before the court, also didn't arrest him. Why is it possible, and what can be done to make these countries fulfill their duties?
Well, that's really very true. As we know, the ICC or the International Criminal Court, they don't have a mechanism to implement, the arrest warrant. It always relies on the different state parties. I mean, according to international customary law, or even, according to the Rome Statute itself, for the state members to the ICC. Unfortunately, since the issuance of the arrest warrant against al-Bashir in 2009, he has made more than 74 trips, to different countries, including even some countries, state members to the ICC. For example, he has been to South Africa, as you have mentioned. He has been to Uganda. He has been to Russia before the withdrawal from the ICC in 2016. And even, to a number of Arab countries and African countries as well, and even some Islamic countries in Asia. It's true that he has not been, to any of those European countries, but however, also I think there is a weakness within the European Union system itself, in terms of collaboration with the International Criminal Court. Not directly, but indirectly. For example, in 2016, they have the EU, the EU as an entity, they have signed an agreement with al-Bashir himself, to protect the border against the migration, despite the fact that they know that actually he's wanted for the International Criminal Court and he has been charged, for crime of genocide. But despite the fact that actually they shake hands and they signed agreement, so as if they say that, okay, now we have like a deal, okay, you just protect our borders against the migration and refugees, and maybe you can just keep silent, with regard to your situation. And this actually could be even a lesson, for the Ukrainian, in terms of having, this collaboration with the different states. And here also I think it's very important, to refer to Africa itself, since now we are speaking about the global south. The African, actually after the indictment of al-Bashir, and specifically in 2015, after some years, they have submitted an application to the Security Council so as to withdraw the case against al-Bashir. And even in one of the African Union summit, they have discussed like a mass withdrawal from the ICC because they consider it as a Western part, or like an European stick, that aim, to destroy or to beat the African leaders. And for that reason, they have been calling for a concept or for a notion called Africa Resolution for the African problems. And even they have established an African court, just to keep some distance, with this Western tool. So this also could be maybe like a need for Ukraine, because now Putin has a strong presence in Africa. And probably he would jump to one of these countries or another. So I think bilateral conversation with these African countries, especially those who have signed or state party to the Rome Convention or the ICC, so as to fulfill their obligation with this regard. The US itself, also that actually it has been advocating for this international justice, but when it comes to the International Criminal Court, actually they have a very cloudly status, and that's why the Pentagon said that despite actually the State Department, they said that they will fully collaborate with this case of Ukraine. But the Pentagon, they say that they would not share any intelligence about war crimes with the court. So also this is need, for example, to reshape, our strategies as Ukrainian to deal with these international stakeholders and the states.
Thank you. As I understand, Richard wants to comment on this Sudan situation. Could you please turn on?
It's important to stress the effect of a sitting head of state of having an international warrant of arrest against them. It's true, President al-Bashir visited some African states, and I'm ashamed to say that and embarrassed that one of them was South Africa. The African Union, I think, greeted with shock the very idea that a head of state in Africa could be issued with a warrant of arrest, and African states, generally speaking, were shocked and against the idea of one of their own heads of state being subject to a warrant of arrest. the South African government, when al-Bashir visited South Africa to attend a meeting, a high-level meeting of heads of state of the African Union, the South African government tried to find excuses for not arresting al-Bashir, and when the matter was brought urgently to our courts, al-Bashir was ignominiously and secretly sent out of the country from an airbase outside our capital, Pretoria. So it wasn't a very pleasant experience either for him or for the South African government. Our highest courts then made it clear that the arrest warrant should have been executed, that the South African government was in violation of our own South African law in not arresting al-Bashir. And that's why when the case of President Putin came up earlier this year, when he was invited to attend a meeting of the BRICS heads of state in South Africa, the South African government realized that it would be breaking in violation of its own laws if he wasn't arrested when he came to South Africa. And for that reason, I've no doubt it was for that reason that he was persuaded not to come to South Africa and be represented by his foreign minister. The point I want to make is that it's very difficult for a head of state in the modern world to operate efficiently if they're subject to a warrant of arrest. Now, I'm happy to say in 124 countries, and it's very good news about Armenia having ratified the Rome Statute. But it means that certainly President Putin should anticipate that he's liable to be arrested if he visits any one of those 124 countries, and that's a very severe, already a severe effect that it has on heads of state. So thank you. I just wanted to make that further input.
Thank you so much for your remark. Another country that has own experience of interacting with International Criminal Court is Venezuela. And in 2014 and 2017, there were protests there against the current President Maduro and his subordinates. The protests resulted in the illegal persecution, detentions, torture, and crimes. And Leonardo Lopez was a political prisoner and has had to flee from Venezuela. Could you please tell us more about the history of relations with the International Criminal Court and what is going on now?
Thank you very much. I would like to start by saying that I'm very honored to be here, that we stand with Ukraine, that we hope for the victory of Ukraine, and that the victory of Ukraine will also have a great influence in a faraway country where I'm from, Venezuela. I'm very honored for the invitation, and we really hope that this conflict ends soon with the victory of Ukraine. As you mentioned, in Venezuela, we did not know about the International Criminal Court until very recently. In the year 2014, in February of 2014, when Maidan was full of people also seeking for freedom, democracy, human rights, in my country, Venezuela, we called for protest against the dictatorship of Nicolás Maduro. Tens of thousands of people went to the street all over Venezuela, and that's what took me to prison, where I spent the next 7 years, 4 of them in a military prison in Ramo Verde, then in house arrest, from where I escaped, and then I was at the Spanish embassy. In the year 2015, I remember having a conversation with my lawyer about the International Criminal Court. It was a moonshot. It was far away, the possibility of having the International Criminal Court take the case of Venezuela. But we started by filing one case, and then another case, and then we started to engage with human rights organizations that started to file more cases against the dictatorship of Nicolás Maduro that has been responsible for detaining, torturing, and killing people that have been against him. That was many years ago, almost 10 years ago, and today Nicolás Maduro is also a sitting president that is undergoing a criminal investigation by the International Criminal Court for committing crimes against humanity. The investigation has been ratified last week by the International Criminal Court, and it's ongoing. And we hope that the information that has been presented by the victims ends up in a case that ratifies the fact that Nicolás Maduro has committed crimes against humanity. In the case of Venezuela, there were more than 8,000 cases presented at the International Criminal Court last March. The organizations of human rights and different victims were able to present concrete cases that have been filed against the dictatorship of Nicolás Maduro and all of the line of command that has committed these crimes. Maduro has been attempting to undermine the investigation. The prosecutor has been in Venezuela 2 times. Fortunately, the ICC has ratified the commitment to continue with this investigation. But I believe that the fact that there is an investigation represents a hope for many people. And I understand that this is a distant hope, with time being long many times, with time being something that the victims seeking for justice, when you say it's going to take 5 years, maybe 10 years. But this is the only way that we can have justice in our country. There are no courts, there is no independence, and the only hope for justice that we have is through the international system, and in this case, with the International Criminal Court. So we understand that this is a process that requires the collaboration of many actors, primarily the team of the prosecutor and the institution of the ICC. But I want to also ratify the importance of the human rights organizations that have been working tirelessly with discipline and with great professionalism in filing each one of the individual cases. Because as we know, human rights violations are individual, require a single concrete cases with concrete proof, with evidence. And we have seen many organizations, many human rights lawyers that have been working for many years now in order to present to the ICC the reality of what has happened in our country. The case of Venezuela is not a case of war. It's not a case of an invasion. It's also not a case of an open civil war, but it's the case of the regime attacking its own people. It's a case of those in power committing crimes against their own people. And this is something that we also believe is very important for the individuals, for the communities, and for the countries that don't have justice in their country to have an alternative with the international system.
Ara, you wanted to add something?
Very short comment. What shall change the behavior of the state? Yes, sometimes we need to wait until the final outcome in the international court, but quite often, in the middle of the proceedings, the state starts to change its behavior. I've noticed that from my own case. I've been litigating with a respondent state for 20 years, and in filing consistently cases, even if you still have a long way to go, but in the middle of the proceedings, when you do that consistently, the state starts changing its behavior inside the country or in the international arena. So the fact that you filed 8,000 cases, that already may change, I think, from my own perspectives, the state's behavior inside the country. So it's not, when we're saying that takes 10 to 15 years, that's true, but it's very important to file the case, evidence collection, commencement of prosecution. It may also affect the state's behavior.
I think it does, and I want to tell you an anecdote. When I was in prison, I remember talking to the director of the prison and to my guards, and I told them, you are violating not only my human rights, but the rights of the other prisoners. And the answer that I am sure is very common in autocratic regimes was, I am following orders. I am anonymous. Nobody knows who I am. And I said, well, you have to be sure that our lawyers and the human rights organizations are going to make sure that they know who you are. Now, after the investigations, the names of the line of command from the president to those executing the crimes against the people are known. And I do believe that that changes the behavior, because now they know that they cannot hide in anonymity forever, that there are investigations and that their names could be part of an international organization. Unfortunately, dictators, autocrats, violators of human rights always find people willing to commit the crimes with them, because they will always give something to those people willing to commit the crime for them to make that choice. However, I believe that this is an important deterrent institutionally, and I think that they can also change behavior. Unfortunately, I'm sorry, they change behavior in the facade, in the appearance, but not in the real commitment to respect human rights and the rule of law.
Yeah, so my follow-up question is, can you see, like, when the investigation resumed, it happened in summer, did the authority change their behavior towards the people, the opposition?
I said they changed appearance. So last week, the prosecutor of Venezuela went to the UN Human Rights Council, and he was confronting the fact-finding mission. And it was very appearance, it was very obvious to everybody there that he was not defending the law, he was not defending human rights, he was not defending the rule of law, he was defending the regime. And it was very clear that they are interested in changing the narrative, but not the way to respect the human rights of the Venezuelan people.
Thank you. Our next speaker had to be from Sierra Leone, and we had to talk about the special court for Sierra Leone, but unfortunately, because of technical problems, we cannot contact her. So probably we'll proceed to our next panelist. And as experience has shown, human rights are most often violated in authoritarian countries, and we could see it from Venezuela also. Now we can witness the confrontation between democracies and dictatorships. Felix Maradiaga, a politician and pro-democracy activist, also is a victim of dictatorship in Nicaragua. And my next question will be to you. If you look at the voting in the United Nations General Assembly, it is obvious that the current government of Nicaragua supports Russia. What can be made in order for Nicaragua to change its position and to take the side of Ukraine?
Thank you so much. I'm also very honored to be here. My name is Felix Maradiaga from Nicaragua, a country in Central America that, as you may know, based on very quantitative standards, it's the country that supports Russia the most. So if you go globally and you looked at the UN voting, not even Venezuela, for example, just to compare, nor even Cuba during the recent CELAC meeting, the meeting between the Latin American countries and the EU, where when they discussed the resolution, Nicaragua was the only country that didn't support the resolution because it lacked sufficient language to support Russia. Before going into your question, I'd like to give a little bit of context about the country where I come from and why reform at the UN it's fundamental. Nicaragua is a country that suffered a civil war during the 1980s, during the Sandinista revolution, which was fully supported by the then Soviet Union. The Sandinistas came back into power through Daniel Ortega once again in 2007 using the mechanisms of democracy. And then we have, I would say, the first lesson learned. Could you imagine transition in Venezuela? For example, And after a democratic transition of, let's say, 16 or 15 years, Maduro coming back into power using the same democratic rules. That's what happened in Nicaragua. There wasn't accountability for the crimes against humanity that the Sandinistas committed in the 1980s. So the first point that I wanted to make is that in order for robust democracies to thrive, accountability is important in order to prevent these violators of human rights to actually come back into power as it happened in Nicaragua. Eventually, Ortega became, once again, a dictator. In 2018, a massive protest happened in the streets, and the Nicaragua Sandinista police openly shoot against the protesters. Within 3 months, over 350 people were killed based on official accounts of the United Nations missions to Nicaragua. Over 1,200 political prisoners. Years later, we see that Nicaragua has become, once again, officially, and this is a data that very few people know, the most closed country in the world, more than North Korea. So we are the only country that has expelled every single UN agency, no single UN agency present, has confiscated and shut down the Red Cross, has shut down 3,400 institutions, including all private universities, Catholic churches, entire dioceses, has put into prison 13 religious leaders, including the most important bishop in the country, who has been sentenced to 26 years in prison for giving a homily in his church calling for justice. It is a country that has expelled most EU ambassadors, and once he has done that, he has opened new embassies, for example, in North Korea. And I can give you more and more things that will be very shocking to you. And why has that happened? Precisely because it has full support of Russia and China. On September 5, 2018, I was able to give my testimony at the UN Security Council in New York, and we presented some of these facts before things got even more complicated. Precisely because of my presentation at the UN and also the European Parliament, I was sentenced to 13 years in prison. I spent 2 years in prison, not because of extraordinary international support to get me out of that. Now, directly to your question, what can be done to change that? Through diplomacy, the answer is no. And why no? Well, because what I will call the club hypothesis of the club premise does not work. What do I mean by the club premise? The UN, the Organization of American States, and many international institutions were created under the same premise that we participate in a club. The premise is that we want to be part of that club. And if you do not keep your behavior in that club, you'll be kicked out. But the thing is that these dictatorships do not want to be part of the club of democracies. They want to take advantage of this club of democracies. And these are what I will label dictatorships 2.0. These are autocratic regimes that play by the rules of democracy only in a facade. But in reality, they are tyrannies. And I can elaborate more on that particular point.
Yes, please.
Well, the only thing to counterbalance that is precisely through an ecosystem of democracies. And people like Leopoldo, for example, and many others, Gary Kasparov, has come with this, I think, extraordinary idea, the World Liberty Congress, which is precisely an ecosystem of like-minded, not only individuals, but institutions that will work together to counterbalance what dictators are doing. So the torture in Venezuela or in Nicaragua is trained by the same guy that it's doing crimes against humanity in Russia, for example. And I share an anecdote for some of you who were not in my panel yesterday. I was saying that 6 months ago, I was in a very extreme, inhumane prison. For example, just to give you some points, I didn't have drinking water on my cell. My family had to come every single day with a daily quota of water for me to drink. And they made families wait for 3 or 4 hours to deliver 1 or 2 bottles of water per day. I never had any reading material, not even a Bible, no writing materials, no light, no sunlight, no access to communicate with anyone. The guards were not allowed to speak with me, and I spent several months without even using words. And the only opportunity to communicate was during interrogations. And through that interrogation, I learned that Russia had done a full-scale invasion of Ukraine. And I could see the happiness in this officer in a distant country called Nicaragua. And I say, why are you so happy with the invasion? And he said, well, because I was trained in Russia. I speak Russian. And he started making fun of my US education. See, so my point about this is that the ecosystem of dictator also is well beyond propaganda. Sometimes we think it's only Russian propaganda. No, it's training. They're training all these people in intelligence measures. They're training in tortured methods. They're training perpetrators at the grassroots in how to persecute civil society, but we're not doing the same. And I'll use a very concrete example. Agencies such as the United States Development Agency, for example, to mention one, but I can give many other examples, have trouble when their activists were very political. So international development agencies are quite comfortable sponsoring human rights and civil society movements, which is perfect. I don't have anything against that. But the line between a pro-democracy political movement and a human rights defender when tackling this dictator is very thin. So when you become a political activist, you basically are almost alone in terms of financing, in terms of international support. I'll give a concrete example. I'm currently stateless. The regime in Nicaragua has deprived me of my nationality. They actually reformed the constitution after they expelled me from Nicaragua and put me in chains into a plane and sent me to the United States. When I landed in the US, I learned that I didn't have a nationality. And the international community doesn't know how to deal with that. Getting a passport, traveling is very, very complicated. And it's not only my case. There are only in Nicaragua 316 people in that same condition, but because some of them are political activists, they fall into a different category. It's not a violation against a human rights defender. So who defends the defenders? How do we finance political movements that are pro-freedom and pro-democracy? So we require a new international approach in terms of sponsoring pro-democracy movements. Why? Because Iran, because China and Russia are doing exactly the same with the bad guys. But we need to work with intellectuals, and that's what I mean with the ecosystem of democracies. We need to work with activists, with women movement, youth movements. We need to work with parliamentarians who are like-minded in terms of promoting new legislations. Now, concretely in terms of the international legal system, one of the big problems is not only what I just mentioned, the club mentality that is not working, but it's also that sub-regional entities are also not working. So if you go to the UN, as it happened in the Nicaraguan case, they say that based on UN regulation, you had to take your cases at the sub-regional level. But the sub-regional level is completely hijacked by these regimes. And that is something that I think that requires the utmost work.
Thank you. If you compare the attitude of the authorities to the respect to human rights and to the respect of international law, can you see any trend?
Definitely, there are many, many trends. And one of the things that we are seeing in the Latin American case, for example, is that, to give an example that I think that is very close to this part of the world, is that when Putin, for example, started to create laws many, even decades ago, for example, the foreign agent law, to give one example, to when he developed laws against cybercrime to regulate the internet, when he created laws to regulate civil society, many regimes around the world actually did a copy and paste on that particular law. So what we're seeing at the domestic level is that these dictatorships are also coordinating themselves in trying to give a legal platform to their attitudes. So the classical mentality of dictatorship, as we used to see it in the 60s or the 70s, we would expect a dictator to be on a military tank and a military fatigue and, or a military junta ruling a country. What they're doing right now, and Russia has become very sophisticated in that, is to give also a legal facade to their procedures. And if we want to counterbalance that, we also need to make, to achieve reform at the international level. One of some of those reforms that I think are fundamental. First, the UN Security Council must be reformed. It's completely unacceptable that a perpetrator of crimes against humanity, such as Russia, has veto power. That's immoral, it's unethical, and it's an insult to the victims, not only to the victims of that Russia has created inside Ukraine, but to the victims that Russia has created enormous suffering around the world. Number two, the UN Human Rights Council is a shame. It's unacceptable that countries such as Cuba, to mention just one example, Eritrea, and many others are part of the UN Human Rights Council. And the country that is reviewed the most in terms of resolutions and in special reviews is actually Israel, for example. So they're biased reviews, and the structure is completely a shame. So those are the kind of tasks that the ecosystem of democracies can tackle if we work together. It's something that requires not only governments, I think that it's very important, of course, to work with governments, but we need civil society, academia, activists, and even the organized religious community. Because one of the things that these dictators are doing as part of their mechanism is not only using the law, not only using traditional mechanisms of torture, not only using propaganda and intelligence, they're actually using mass religious propaganda as well. And it's a very well-designed plan. It's taking some of the things, I know that we're running out of time, but I don't want to go into many details, but just a concrete example. Things that we saw in China in the 1950s were replicated in Cuba in 1962. For example, creating an official government agency that actually approves churches that are legalized to operate. Now we're seeing that in Nicaragua, for example, and around the world. So this requires an organized effort as well from religious institutions working together with civil society. In order to conclude, this requires, once again, reform for cooperation agencies. Because with religious institutions, it happens the same with political parties. As someone who has devoted part of my life working with international cooperation, I can tell you from the inside that when there's a panel who's reviewing a grant, for example, and you see a grant request from someone that is a political activist, it might be a brilliant, well-written document, but it's political, so we'll just put that aside. Another request, grant request from a faith-based organization, is also seen with suspicion. So that requires a reform of the mentality of international cooperation that wants to develop robust, pro-democracy, pro-freedom institutions. We need to work with political parties, with religious institutions, with lawyers, with human rights defenders around the world.
Thank you very much. And now we're coming to the end of our panel. So I would like to invite Anton Korinevich for closing remarks. And then probably we'll have some time for your questions, so please prepare them. I'm sure our guests will be happy to answer you.
Thank you so much, Oksana. It's again a pleasure and honor to be present today on this conference, and I would like to reiterate once again our words of gratitude to the organizers for having this important discussion and for really gathering so many bright minds from different countries, from different regions, talking about the same issues. Because I think that the things which should be common to all of us, notwithstanding the fact who represents which country, is that the illegal attempted annexation and occupation of Crimea was and is a grave breach of international legal order in the 21st century. Nobody could have believed that in 2014, in particular the heart of Europe, the attempted annexation might happen, and it might have consequences of grave human rights abuses, war crimes, and crimes against humanity. And the same is also the issue of accountability and justice for the situation in Ukraine and for all the consequences of the Russian aggression against Ukraine. So that this is a concern for the international legal order as a whole, because again, this is a grave breach of the United Nations Charter of the principle of non-use of force and non-threat of force. And it is really a very important moment for the very concept of the illegality of aggressive war to have the force and for us all to react to this aggressive war and to establish the relevant accountability mechanisms which would be able to do the job. Again, it is really important for us, for Ukraine, that people in this room and in many countries understand that our work in order to get the accountability for the crime of aggression against Ukraine done is not a work which is done in order to impede or hamper or interfere within the work of the International Criminal Court. About a lot of speakers talked today. Ukraine does actively cooperate with the ICC. We have very active and effective relations. We amended our criminal procedure code, which now includes a separate chapter on the cooperation with the ICC. We established an office of the ICC in Kyiv some time ago. And of course, we do value the arrest warrants for Vladimir Putin and Maria Lvova-Belova for alleged war crime of illegal transfer and deportation of children. And we hope to see these orders of arrest from the ICC more. But we do understand that that important gap which still exists, the gap in the issue of ensuring accountability for the crime of aggression against Ukraine, must be closed, not only for the sake of Ukraine, but again for the sake of international legal order. And of course, some speakers talked about the United Nations Security Council and the need to reform of it. Of course, the ideal way to establish such a tribunal would be through United Nations Security Council, as it was the case in the tribunals where Richard Goldstone worked, for example. But we cannot do this in this particular moment of time due to the Russian position in the United Nations Security Council. So that is why we try to develop other options which might bring us to the realization and implementation of our goal. And that is why the support from different countries, from different regions, different cultures is really important for us, because we believe that this is not only important and the story of Ukraine and our fight for accountability and justice. This is really the kind of a response from international community. So that is why we really hope that we would have more countries from, not only from Europe in our core group, and we hope that the number of participating states will grow. And we hope that when the issue will be listened to in the United Nations General Assembly, we will have the support from different regions, different countries, because again, this is all for the sake of international law, and this is all for the sake of democracy, human rights, and freedom. And again, we heard today very important messages that if the crimes, the serious, the gravest crimes are taking place, and they do not face accountability and justice, like gravest crimes of Soviet regime in Ukraine and in other European states, like Holodomor, for instance, and others, then the regime considers that it can do everything. I think that we should all work for the regime to understand that it will be responsible for everything under the law. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do you have questions? Yes, please.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the great discussion. It was really insightful and meaningful. But I would like to come back to the headline of our discussion, the new international legal order, because I assume everybody could admit that the legal international order that we have now is not perfect. It's actually very hard to hold somebody, especially like high-level politicians, accountable. And we have only one example with Charles Taylor, as already mentioned. And from this regard, I'm really wondering, so what is your perspective? Because thank you, Felix, you a little bit touched this question, saying that probably you as a politician can like move like from this direction. Yes, so probably it can be a couple layers or couple, I don't know, like ways how it should be done. But I'm really wondering, like, I would like to hear what should happen finally that world react. Because we already have war in Ukraine, we have multiply war crimes here, and Armenia, Azerbaijan, so everything like so mixed already. But, and there is like some notion, that only after real Third World War somebody could change. Do we really need to wait to that point, or we can do something now? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Who will answer? Yes, please.
Well, when we speak about whether international legal order is effective or not, we need to anticipate two premises. One is the compilation of laws or the norms, and the second is enforcement. So the first one, I guess everything's fine with that. There are sufficient number and quality of norms, frameworks for prevention of crimes, international crimes. But what we lack is the enforcement, and is enforcement mostly under discretion of the states or the state sovereignty, because the states are sovereign. That's the basic rule of international law. ICC doesn't have its own police. ICJ doesn't have its own framework for enforcement. ICJ takes decisions, states do not follow these decisions. So perhaps we need to think more about enforcement, about limitation of the state's sovereign power in favor of international law or international some kind of a power. Again, let's think about these two premises, and I think the problem is with enforcement, that we need to think about how to make it stronger, effective, etc.
Thank you. Anyone wants to add? So we proceed to another question.
Thank you. Just a follow-up to the issue of ICC. And as we say that they don't have their own police to actually enforce arrests, the question also comes in terms of the independence of ICC. You find that the local laws gives the sitting presidents immunity, but the ICC has overall a complementary role. In the case of Kenya, we have a case where the current prosecutor was a legal counsel of the sitting president. In that case, how do you prosecute your case?
Who will answer? Maybe Richard?
Well, I think this is an important point. If the ICC, the International Criminal Court, is to succeed, it has to be seen as a completely independent body, and it is. The Assembly of States Parties have gone to great lengths in more recent years to ensure that the election of judges is done on a fair and appropriate manner, and that appropriate people are appointed. The prosecutor's independence is recognized certainly by the other organs of the ICC, and indeed by the United Nations and the international community. But if any country, or in respect of any international court, if there isn't complete independence and trust in independence, then justice will not be served. And it will not really influence the events, and will certainly, importantly, it will not bring any benefits to the victims. And it's the victims who are the subject matter of justice, whether domestic or international. And what we all have in common on this panel is the recognition of the interests of victims, and how those interests can only be furthered by recognition and enforcement of the rule of law and international law. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We have time for 2 more questions.
Good afternoon, Igor Berlyan, analyst Detector Media. I have a question about the reform of international law, because actually all current norms of international law, they were established and formed after the Second World War. And back then, the world was not as what we have now. And are there any plans in Ukraine or international partners to reform the whole international law system?
But answer such tough question. Richard, maybe you?
Well, of course, I think for many of us in this room, it is obvious that contemporary international law, which was built after the Second World War, cannot really respond to the challenges which we face now. But it is a really, I would say, systemic question, which I think cannot be asked and cannot be answered within a minute here, because this international law after 1945 produced some good results, which, for instance, are the Geneva Conventions on protection of the victims of war. Whether we may say that we may secure the ratification by some international treaty by all the states today, if we create this treaty tomorrow. So I think this is a really important and not an easy discussion, but of course the changes should be done and amendments should be done. And in particular, I think that the very situation on which we as colleagues work, in particular on this issue of ensuring accountability for the crime of aggression against Ukraine, might show us how this issue of changes and amendments is being tackled by international community and comprehended by international community, because this is something which hasn't been done since 1945. So let's see, in particular in this one instance, how we can think about the greater things being reformed.
Yes, please add.
Let me comment to your question by one example. European Court of Human Rights has one very bad case law by saying that Convention of Human Rights should not be applicable in the active phase of war. That decision was taken a few years ago. That's very disappointing. And I lost my cases of property damage during active phase of war because that's what the European Court says. Can we change that? By individual applications, probably no. By interstate applications, probably no. But maybe through political window, states may reform this court so that this court gets rid of that case law, because it's a shameful case law. So what does it mean, the active phase of war? It means that, like currently, let's say no case can go, let's say not against Russia, but against any state, member of Council of Europe, if it's in the active phase of war, killings, summary killings, executions, etc. So maybe through political window, these changes can be done, not through individual legal process of reforming this international law. Sometimes the problem is within the courts, not within the international codes. And I noticed this by working with different courts, because there are a lot of formalities by which people do not understand, victims do not understand about these formalities, but they lose their cases before these courts.
Thank you so much. And we have a question there. Was the last question, the lady on the first row?
Natalia Gumenyuk, Ukrainian journalist, co-founder of the Reckoning Project, with whom we document war crimes. And we're working with the lawyers from Syria, from where my question is coming from, to all the participants. So having so many, Ukraine is trying to reach out to a lot of countries for support. But a lot of countries are unreachable, in particular those, dictatorship. But we have the support of the civil society and people like you, a lot in this room. So what do you really expect from Ukraine as a state? What could be helpful? Why would be the Nicaragua or Syria or Venezuela? at the same time, Ambassador Korinevich as well, what would be the Ukrainian policy generally, knowing that you won't reach out to Assad or to Nicaraguan president, but there is, the call and there is an openness of a lot of people outside. Would it be Iran or, again, like I can name numbers of the countries? How Ukraine can systematically work and what would be the approach? And also, if we speak also regarding the international venues and law, not just like activist campaign. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So we'll start with you.
Thank you for that question. I think it's a very fundamental question. You need to win this war. And the victory of Ukraine will be the victory of us around the world. I think that you are, as a country, doing the right thing, a huge sacrifice. I think that we cannot ask more, but if we could give some ideas, I think that it's important to continue to communicate that this is not a binational issue, it's not a binational conflict, it's actually a global conflict, and the future of Ukraine is deeply linked to the future of global democracy and freedom. And I think that if the rest of the world understands that what is happening right now with this invasion of Russia against Ukraine will actually define the global order. And civil society, Ukrainian civil society plays a huge role on that. That's why I devoted some minutes of my presentation to talk about the ecosystem of democracies, because let's face it, legislators will not change anything if they don't feel the political pressure. And this is a pyramid of activism. If we want to reach, let's say, an ambassador, the ambassador receives orders from a minister, and the minister receives orders from a president, and the president wants to be elected or his party wants to be in power, and of course they will only modify their behavior in terms of policy reform or new laws if they feel pressure from the grassroots. So we need to re-empower a grassroots pro-democracy movement around the world. Let me use a very simple example at a scale in terms of disarmament. Anti-personnel landmines with the Ottawa Convention were banned through a global civil society movement, as you may recall. It was not states that actually came out with the idea of banning anti-personnel landmines. It was a global civil society movement, and it triggered a new mindset in the sense that it proved that it was possible that through global movement, international law can actually be changed. So let's not leave it to the hands of diplomats, into the hands of politicians. We need to create a global ecosystem. And in the concrete and specific case of Ukraine, we need to build a robust, very well organized, international pro-Ukraine movement. And I think that if we come with something very specific out of this conference, not only in the very important issue of Crimea, but in the most comprehensive aspect of the Russian invasion, if we can come with something very specific from this conference, I think that is an initiative of a global pro-democracy movement for Ukraine. And you have the people here that can do that. We have wonderful activists from Africa, from Asia, from Latin America. We're willing to do it, and we can start working right away.
Thank you so much. Anton, will you?
Yeah, just very quickly to the question of Ms. Gumanyuk. I think it's important for us that Ukraine's and our agenda is present everywhere. And I think that it is important that there are people who may support the goal, again, because this is, I'm sure this is the goal of international community as a whole. So I think that this would be maybe not the precise answer you wanted to have, but I think it is important that in this particular case, people may be united by values and principles. And for us, it's important that civil society, expert community in different states, in different regions, they understand the nature of our fight for freedom, for democracy, for human rights, for accountability and justice. And they support us on this track. And so this is maybe how we can work on that. Thank you.
Okay, we don't have much time, so we have just one short question. And
we have a very important question about Armenia.
Thank you very much, distinguished panelists. Nick Urla from Truth Hounds. My question would be to Mr. Gazaryan. I would like to ask, what is the current perception of Armenians towards the security partnership with the Russian Federation? As you all know, we've been through a quite similar situation where we agreed to give 83% of the Black Sea Fleet of the Soviet Union, which was supposed to be Ukrainian, in exchange of Russian promises that Crimea will be Ukrainian in what was known as the 1997 Big Treaty, the Treaty on Friendship, the Treaty on Black Sea Fleet, and you well know how it ended. The Russians used the very Ukrainian navy, which should have been, which we gave them as a gesture of goodwill, to launch the war of aggression in 2014. Armenia has a Russian military base. Do Armenians fear that this military base may be used as a base for aggression against Armenia? Thank you.
I don't think that the military base will be a ground for aggression, but will be a ground, of course, for political pressure. But the perception of Armenians is changing, and this ratification of Rome Statute, which Russia classified as an extremely hostile step against Russia, that proves that in my country, people start changing their attitude towards Russia as an ally state, which failed, whether willingly or because being unable to stop military aggression against community of Nagorno-Karabakh, living outside Armenia. So I answer your question. If we're thinking before that military base will be necessary for keeping geopolitical balance in the country and thereby to ensure peace and security in the region. But now that perception is changing because we are looking for other types of international security, and by joining to ICC, that's only one tool. Whether Armenia is going to change its position geopolitically, well, recently we had something that we could never imagine. American troops were doing military exercise in Armenia, not far from the Russian military base. And that also raised real, to say concern, to say nothing, of Russia, including that Armenian First Lady came to Ukraine and met the First Lady of Ukraine. That's also a gesture, political gesture. What would happen after, we don't know, I don't know. But things change in Armenia, and they go very slow, but even in Russia, they started thinking about changing themselves. Like I mentioned, behavior, state behavior. But again, the future is quite uncertain. I hope I answered your question.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We'll have to close, but you can ask your questions during coffee break. For each. Do you mind if we take one more question?
Yeah. I just thought that, we've been talking about how to prosecute, leaders who have committed crimes. But I was thinking since yesterday when we heard about abducted children and so on, that can't there be a stronger legal framework? If you have a civil nuclear plant, the IAEA has a right to come and examine your plant. Can't there be a stronger legal framework to allow, international human rights bodies or child rights bodies and so on to step in for victims, irrespective of whether the, guy leading the state is punished or not, just to allow that victims should not lose their lives because, no one can do anything?
Richard, this was a question for you.
Well, I think there are many international organizations that seek to look after people who have been taken prisoners during war or even during non-war, looking after hostages. And of course, the main organization that's been doing this for many, many decades is the International Committee of the Red Cross. And it does so very quietly, behind closed doors, in a way that really influences bad countries, bad leaders, to allow the International Committee of the Red Cross to send its delegates to visit prisoners, and that's, of course, that's a very important protection, and certainly in my view, all credit must be given to the ICRC in this regard. But of course, it's difficult because autocratic leaders, criminal leaders, are not prepared, certainly not prepared publicly, to allow visits to the people that they are victimizing in their own countries. So we have to do the best we can, but certainly it's a very difficult area and a very important question that has been raised.
Thank you very much. We are closing the discussion. If you have further questions, you can approach our guests during the coffee break. Thank you so much.
is Victoria Wojcicka and represent International Center for Ukrainian Victory. And it's a pleasure and great honor to be here at this great event together with our distinguished panelists. And this panel is going to be dedicated to a very important issue related to energy safety and security, with specific targeting and focus on nuclear safety and security. We have absolutely amazing panel today, representatives of different countries with absolutely astonishing background. And I would like to first start with opening remarks of each and every member of our distinguished panel to give their brief overview of the issues related to energy safety and security and in nuclear safety and security, especially in light of the developments, dire developments that are happening in Ukraine with respect to Russian nuclear terrorism that's been taking place from the start of the full-scale invasion. So I would like to give a floor first to Olga Babiy. She represents Ukrainian energy regulator. And the floor is yours, Olga. Please give your thoughts, share your thoughts with us with respect to where we are right now with respect to nuclear safety and security.
Вітаю всіх. Рада бачити сьогодні всіх на нашому заході.
Warmest greetings to everybody. I will happy to welcome our distinguished guests at our event. Please make sure that you have your headsets ready for translation from Ukrainian into English, because today we are discussing a very complex, comprehensive, and sometimes complicated with difficulties and challenges subject of peaceful nuclear energy, which in the context of the war, full-scale war taking place in Ukraine, has become a nuclear weapon. Today, we have to understand and we have to deliver this clear message to each and every country, emphasizing that Russia has seized in the Ukrainian territory nuclear fuel, and this is the language we have to use. Russia has seized nuclear fuel, and via such seizure of nuclear fuel, thus committing a terrorist attack, Russia is threatening the rest of the civilized world. Moreover, it starts a pattern of converting nuclear power plants into nuclear bombs. As we analyze the political context, trying to understand what happened and why, and what do we have to do in order to prevent this from happening tomorrow, we come to a very important observation, which is that an organization which should be monitoring distribution, circulation, and use of nuclear fuel, and that is International Atomic Energy Agency, under such circumstances should have deployed all elements and tools of international law to stop such process. But this didn't happen. Why is the question? Trying to explain that question, we have to appreciate that at the level of IAEA, there are no protocols, regulations, and guidelines which would recognize such facts and respective course of actions and instructions for responding to such incidents. At this moment, we can see that we, as Ukraine, speaking to United Nations Organization and other international platforms, we have to deliver a very clear message that when speaking of the international law, applying this vision to the situation in Ukraine, we have to change the rules of safety and security for the future. What do we have to do? First of all, we have to apply changes at the international level under the auspices of International Atomic Energy Agency to develop the clear guidelines and regulations for managing nuclear fuel in case of seizure by any terrorist organization, just like it happened in Ukraine. There should be clear tools, regulations, and guidelines which will recognize such acts as violation of international safety and security fundamentals, Similar to that, the same reasoning should be applied to destruction of infrastructure or seizure of nuclear fuel storages or disposal sites, like this happened in Chernobyl exclusion zone, because this is posing direct threat to major incidents of global scale. When we talk to our partners, presenting this vision and interpretation of the situation and suggesting that the peaceful time regulations do not apply in the wartime and settings, and again, this was unprecedented, but this happened. Once such precedent has been committed, we have to understand that the rules have to be changed and the terrorists should be brought to justice. Because what we see is indeed seizure of the disposal sites, demolition of Kakhovka dam, which was directly related to functionality of Zaporizhia nuclear power plant, seizure of the Zaporizhia NPP, with the zero response from the international organizations, which is a very clear message broadcasted to other terrorist organizations having the green light to proceed with similar actions, somewhere in France, in UK, in the USA, or somewhere in Turkey, in Egypt, in India, and nobody will be persecuted for doing so, because in the context of international law, IAEA will claim we don't have guidelines, we don't have clear tools and protocols to regulate such instance. So this would be the external contour of the subject under discussion. The second contour being that we have to strengthen the sanction policy as applicable to the countries which commit such crimes. So there should be clear sanctions against Russia when it comes to managing the nuclear waste, nuclear fuel, and nuclear sites. If it's impossible to do today, then we should have, say, guidelines for tomorrow, because Rosatom is a very powerful agent in the global nuclear scene. And from a couple of years from today, there should be an opportunity for other countries to diversify their supply links to be independent from Russian nuclear fuel supplies. And Russia has to clearly understand that soon enough, the latest 5 years from today, it will be fully isolated from any supply chain taking in the technology, supplies and consumables to develop their nuclear network. As you visit the Rosatom website and look at the number of sites they are developing in different countries of the world, I am scared. I'm scared as a mother, because Russia been stipulated by lack of responsibility and persecution for committing their crimes, but having access to all of the R&D documentation of all of those nuclear power plants in other countries of the world, they can easily share such files with any terrorist group, any agency or service which might have powers to access and seize such sites, then using or rather abusing access to such information. They'll be also available to turn this peaceful energy site into a warful atomic energy site. And we all together, starting from India through Turkey to Ukraine and other countries of the world, we have to join our efforts in preventing Russia from doing so. So thus setting the stage for our discussion, please be invited.
Started already covering the issue of Rosatom. With your permission, our distinguished guest, I would like to give a floor to Oksana Ishchuk, Executive Director, Center for Global Studies Strategy 21st, and discuss the issue related to sanctions on Rosatom. Actually, the absence of sanctions on Rosatom. Absolutely extraordinary situation where we're dealing with the nuclear terrorism for the first time in the history of humankind, and we don't see any reaction whatsoever from no one. I mean, no one, neither from our partners and allies, nor from other countries as well. So could you please share your thoughts when it comes to Rosatom and the way the state, the terrorist state, and its organization, Rosatom, should be punished for the nuclear terrorism?
Thanks a lot for inviting me. What we have for now, Europe is highly dependent on Russian fuel, as well as America. There are a lot of nuclear power plants, which is in Europe, functioning on Russian fuel. 18 Russian-designed nuclear reactors in Slovakia, Bulgaria, Hungary, and Czech Republic, and in Finland that currently run exclusively on Rosatom fuel. Now they are highly dependent on it. It is necessary to reduce this cash flow, and this helps to fuel not only these nuclear units, but to fuel the war in Ukraine, to fuel this cruel aggression in Ukraine, because this makes the coffers of Russian Federation empty of money flows. So the trade with these uranium enrichment services should be stopped. And example adequate reaction of this is the stopped joint venture in Finland on the nuclear power plant of Hanhikivi 1. And another adequate reaction was the stop of power unit construction in Czech Republic, Dukovany. So this is the adequate examples of how to stop cooperate with Russia. We know that Hungary, with Orban regime, blocks all the sanction packages concerning nuclear. And now the 12th package is on the path to be adopted. So we must act in the way that nuclear sanctions be involved in this package. And in view of this, it is considered appropriate and necessary to make following steps. First one, the initiative of Ukraine and the group of EU member states to freeze all existing projects with the participation of Rosatom or its affiliated companies or joint ventures until the complete cessation of Russian aggression and the withdrawal of occupation troops of Russian Federation. Second proposed step is it is necessary to demand from the French government the termination of the number of projects and agreement with Rosatom. The first one is the termination of strategic cooperation agreement dated December 2, 2021 between the French nuclear Framatome and Rosatom. Second, termination of cooperation between subsidiary Rosenergoatom and the French Électricité de France. Another step should be adopted. It is a categorical demand to both the French government and European Commission and the United States regarding the termination of the agreement in early February 2022 for the acquisition by Rosatom with the assistance of the EDF of 20% of the French turbine manufacturing GIST. It is a joint venture between American General Electric and the French Alstom. So Rosatom will not be able to implement its foreign projects without Ukrainian Turboatom and without American-French GIST turbines. Another step, it's demand to stop cooperation in the production in partnership with Areva, now Orano, of heat-releasing assemblies at Elektrostal near Moscow for 7 nuclear power units in Europe. Alstom's withdrawal from the Alstom Atomenergomash joint venture created in 2007. Another step, Russia should be excluded from the international projects to build the ITER thermonuclear fusion reactor in France on the Cadarache plateau. Third, the government of Ukraine should appeal to the European Commission and the governments of the EU member states regarding the transfer of power units with Soviet-designed reactors to non-Russian fuel. We should understand that only 18 of 103 nuclear units in the EU depend on Russian fuel. And they produce no more than 10% of nuclear energy in the European Union. So this could be done. Second, appeal to USA and Canada regarding the review of the approach to the license previously granted by the government bodies in the USA and Canada to the daughters and granddaughters of the Rosatom, in particular Tenex and Uranium-1. The latter conduct extensive activities with sale and extraction of uranium raw materials. Also, Russia is occupying some uranium-containing raw materials facilities in Kazakhstan, which is world leader of this, and Uzbekistan. Thus, Rosatom controls 36% of the global market. In the US alone, acting through subsidiaries, it has 25 contracts for supply of uranium raw materials with 19 American firms until 2028, and this contract is worth more than $6 billion. A direct ban on the import of uranium in the USA firm Rosatom structures should be logical and without any particular consequences, because concerning some of projections, it will cost only 3% of electricity increasing, price of electricity increasing in US. So all these steps should be done, and it could be done. And of course, one of the speakers said that the sanctions should be included in 12th package. And of course, we could say that, of course, it is not very simple to get rid of uranium production facilities of fuel of Russia, as it was with oil and gas, because in case of oil and gas, it was only to change supplier. But in case of Russian fuel, we must rebuild all the supply chain from uranium production to uranium enrichment. But it should be done now, and we can highlight that the gradual ban should be imposed in 3 or 5 years to give possibilities to companies to diversify. So we should do these steps to stop this cruel war in Europe and to not make Russia using civil atom as a weapon in 21st century. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much. Indeed, it's a very important subject. We've seen steps made by our partners with respect to oil and gas, cutting the supply from Russia and dependence from Russian oil and gas. However, when it comes to nuclear, we haven't seen such a dramatic steps taken, and understanding that it's important to become completely independent from authoritarian regime that conducts acts of nuclear terrorism. It's just, for me, completely, I cannot even comprehend how Western world and our partners can continue cooperating with a country that conducts such unprecedented acts of nuclear terrorism. And indeed, all of those steps that Oksana mentioned, they have to be taken into consideration very seriously, and not just by Ukraine, but all over the world, to make all of us less dependable, or actually completely independable from the aggressor. At this point, I would like to give a floor to Dr. Kasapoglu, Senior Fellow at Hudson Institute, Director of Defense Research. And I would like you to make your opening remarks and share with us your thoughts on this subject that we're discussing.
Sure. Thank you, ma'am. Distinguished participants, great to be in Ukraine. Let's have a time machine. And let's have a time machine and let's go, say, January 2022. By the beginning of that year, seeing what we call in intelligence analysis the telltale indicators, we anticipated that there was going to be a Russian invasion, and that invasion was going to be a full-scale invasion. And most probably at a time when, you know, the mainstream Western think tanks were anticipating a collapse, a sudden collapse of the Ukrainian military, we were on the opposing side, we were expecting a long war, and we were expecting a resilient defensive combat operations by the Ukrainian military. But at the time, let's have this meeting before the war and before the invasion, let's have this meeting in a round table in a Washington, D.C. think tank. And if I tell you in a hypothetical scenario that the Ukrainian coastal defenses will sink Moscow missile cruiser, the flagship of the Russian Black Sea Fleet, Ukrainian loitering munitions, which is the kamikaze drones, the cool name for that, would penetrate into the Engel space, hosting strategic bomber aircraft. Ukrainian helicopters, rotary wing assets will penetrate in Belgorod, okay? And the Ukrainian military will start a counter-offensive, repelling the Russians to the other bank of the Dnieper River in Kherson. The main idea with all the seconds of these anticipations would be the Russian tactical nuclear weapons use. Definitely. Because look at the doctrine of the Russian Federation as to the nuclear weapons use. Look at all Zapad drills, starting from 2009. All Zapad drills included a nuclear warfare scenario, okay? And the Russians deployed dual-use systems along the Ukrainian frontier, like the SS-26 Iskander ballistic missiles, and we could just see them like the palm of our hands with open-source satellite intelligence, okay? But the tactical nuclear weapons used right now is something that you see on Dmitry Medvedev's Twitter account and nothing else, weekly. Your weekly reminder by Dmitry Medvedev that the Russians will soon use tactical nuclear weapons. It was impossible. It was impossible, why? Because the contact line was a few hundred meters, we saw in Irpin. The Russians did not have the capability to deploy CBRN troops, chemical, radiological, biological, and nuclear protection troops to run such operations. The only thing they could do was a demonstrative strike in the Black Sea, and Black Sea we have 3 NATO nations, and one of them happens to have the strongest navy in the Black Sea, so I wouldn't definitely recommend doing that, okay? But there was another threat, the radiological threat. And the radiological threat was there, and we missed that because we were so focused on the prospects of tactical nuclear weapons used by the Russian military. Now, that real threat, we can name it, you know, in the civilian realm that I'm hearing here, and I understand the psychology, of course, being in a war against the Russian Federation and defending a homeland. Barbaric, you know, horrific, terrible. In my dark world of military science and military affairs, these things do not exist. We have a strong objectivity, and I can assure you the strong objectivity is even more horrifying than all these words. Why? So far, we have seen the one and first attempt, and then the execution of it, that a kinetic strike on a nuclear power plant in an ongoing war. There were incidents before, during the Iran-Iraq war, for instance, Bushehr, but Bushehr had no fuel, no nuclear fuel. The Israelis, back in 2008, when they were running that surgical operation against Darzor el-Kibar in Syria, they dispatched special forces teams to the ground, and they made sure that the nuclear facility was not active at the time. So dispatching special forces teams to the Ba'ath regime-ruled Syria amidst the Mukhabarat and the Syrian Arab army away from the Israeli Defense Forces territory, that was the care that the Israeli Defense Forces showed before a punitive operation, like deploying Israeli special forces on a hostile nation on the Syrian soil. For the first time, we have seen that the Russians went with kinetic strikes against nuclear power plants. But there is more. Again, like as I said, in my dark world, there is no these words, but the pure scientific military objectivity, and this is more horrifying. This was incorporated in the battle plan since the very outset, because in the overture of the conflict, in the opening stages of the conflict, we saw that the Russian military suddenly, in a blitz fashion, they took control of Chernobyl. Well, Chernobyl was not active, but this was a critical facility, and we know that the International Atomic Energy Agency lost connection and the monitoring with that. Then immediately after, Zaporizhia, so we understand that this was the battle plan since the outset. Boiling it down to the what we call rules of engagement. Rules of engagement is how you employ your combat formations on the battleground. Shelling of a nuclear power plant, that wasn't some rogue Russian commander. That wasn't some rogue, out-of-control Russian unit. It was specific because we know that by open source intelligence, the Ukrainians painted the area by projectors. And they said, look, there is the nuclear power plant. You're going to fight and you're going to invade, but keep out fighting from this area. The Russian units' rules of engagement did not incorporate no firing, no shelling, no artillery fire in the Zaporizhia nuclear power plant. That was unimaginable because that was setting a history in a notorious fashion. And third, the thing is, and I'm going to end here the first round to keep the timing. Even when you dispatch your military in a full-scale invasion and you give such a crazy order that you can engage in firefight in a high-risk operational, underlining that this was not Chernobyl. It was an operational MPP. It was the largest, if I'm not mistaken, both in Ukraine and in Europe. They did not dispatch any accompanying CBRN teams that if, excusing my French, shit hits the fan to contain the situation. There was only combat formations, no CBRN teams accompanying that. You could not even imagine something like that at NATO standards. No NATO military would go into a nuclear power plant without organic CBRN, chemical, biological, radiological, and nuclear defense troops without doing that. Okay? So you are not on the real dangerous. You know, you can face the barbarians, you can face whatever you call like that. In my world, I do not use them. But when you are facing an unprofessional military with bad planning, bad execution, and amateurish understanding of warfare, this is more dangerous than barbarism. Because military science and military affairs are so sensitive. Okay? So this is from me in the first round. Thank you so much. And I thank you for the invitation.
Yeah, thank you very much. You've painted really very interesting picture from the military perspective. And I think we will have more time to discuss it in more details. Right now we have Oliver Della Costa Stunkel, professor at the School of International Relations from Sao Paulo, Brazil, online. So colleagues, can you please put our distinguished guest on the screen so we can hear his views and his points on the subject?
Thank you very much, Tora. It's a pleasure to be part of this very important discussion. Thank you for the invitation. I'd like to make a number of brief initial remarks complementing what my other colleagues on the panel have already pointed out. The first issue I'd like to say before coming to energy security, of course, is that Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine has led to a broad reconsideration of many basic assumptions about global order and of interconnectedness, of the way we can rely on interconnectedness in a globalized world to achieve prosperity, the hopes that multipolarity would not necessarily be more violent and unpredictable. But in many ways, this conflict, I think, is forcing countries around the world, including in the global south and in Brazil, to reassess how to engage. And I think many of these things take some time, particularly if we speak about energy security. These aren't issues that countries can change overnight. So I think that we will see over the course of the coming years, countries reduce their exposure. They will seek to depend less on specific actors such as Russia for their energy security. However, particularly in the global south, of course, energy security is intimately tied to issues around social stability, for example, and the energy vulnerability in the global south is, of course, significant. And the invasion that took place last year has produced significant volatility of energy prices, which for many countries, many developing countries, has been quite devastating, particularly considering that regions like Latin America had an extremely difficult decade prior to the COVID pandemic. Basically in Brazil, for example, we had near 0% economic growth, still dealing with the aftermath of the pandemic, high interest rates. And now the high volatility of energy prices has obviously made the prospect of returning to higher growth more difficult. And I think we see that when you look at continued political instability in the region. And I think certainly the ripple waves that have been caused by Russia's invasion are part of that picture. So I think that the diversification strategies, when we look at, particularly the global south, but also Europe, will not be necessarily visible in the short term because several of them, of course, depend on long-term contracts. Actually, some countries in the global south, while denouncing at multilateral fora Russia's aggression, have actually increased the purchase of Russian oil. And Brazil is actually one of these countries, which one could describe as sort of realpolitik, and using that as an opportunity to pay less for fuel. We've also seen it in several other countries in the global south. But at the same time, I think we see a growing number of experts point to the necessity to accelerate the energy transition and reduce the exposure of the of importing oil from actors such as Russia. And I think Latin America in that context will certainly play an important role, being a home to a high number of rare earths, lithium, and other elements crucial for the green energy transition, and which is, of course, a crucial step towards reducing the dependence or increasing the capacity to protect itself from the volatility of energy prices. Now, regarding nuclear energy security, as several of the other people on the panel have pointed out, Russia has, of course, continued to export significant amounts of nuclear technology and supplies since its invasion of Ukraine, including to members of the EU and NATO. That has also limited the capacity of European countries to put pressure on countries in the global south to wean themselves off their dependence on Russian energy. It is, of course, as we all know, in particular France, for example, still imported almost 400 million worth of enriched uranium from Russia last year. There is, of course, initial movements to address that economic vulnerability, both in the United States and in Europe. There is a number of steps that are being taken. The United States and Canada have pledged to rebuild capacity to enrich uranium. There is efforts to develop shared supply chains to isolate Russia. Sweden refused to purchase Russian nuclear fuel. Finland is another example. But I think that we will begin to see the results of that throughout the coming years because it is so difficult to make short-term changes. And some countries actually have been restrained in their capacity to take a clearer stance, diplomatic stance, on the Russian invasion, in part because they are home to Russian reactors that are being built, particularly countries like Bangladesh and Egypt, for example, in that sense, are dependent on Russia in a way that perhaps ties their hands to some extent as they're addressing this crisis. So this is, I think, the overall situation, which I think explains to some extent why some countries have not been able to immediately take, I think, more direct steps. I think the global economy is still in an extremely fragile state, particularly across the global south, where there's a lot of understanding of the negative economic impacts on energy security and on the overall economic situation at the same time. Because of a highly integrated global economy and Russia's status as a key provider of energy, these are steps that in many cases I think will take several years until they can rearrange their energy supply chains and reduce their exposure. I will stop here and one more time, thank you very much for having the opportunity to join this panel.
Thank you very much for your remarks. Really amazing to hear all of your insights. Thank you. And I would like to give a floor to Ruhi Nyok, and to sum up the first round of our discussions of what we have touched upon, especially in light, I think it's important to look at the issues related to de-risking decoupling from Russia as a source of energy. From a perspective of countries like India, we've seen quite a reverse trend where the import of the Russian oil has dramatically increased, not decreased, where there is still quite strong cooperation with respect to nuclear assets and nuclear projects that are being developed. So could you please give us your perspective on that, and what would you suggest to do in this regard?
Thank you, Victoria.
Sorry, Director of the Institute of Peace on Conflict Studies. I haven't introduced you fully.
Absolutely fine. My extensive biography is in the pages of the document. Very interesting to hear the remarks that were presented today. I do want to clarify that I am not an energy expert. I work specifically on nuclear issues. And what I'd like to do today, as I also discussed with Victoria previously, is come at this from the perspective of nuclear security, very specifically. So we do know that nuclear security, and we have seen this play out in the war, you know, it is, while it is a very particular area of study, it is intrinsically linked to food security. It is intrinsically linked to energy security, to international security, which is a term that you used again earlier in our conversation today. So in the context of my remarks, what I'd like to focus on a little bit, picking up right actually from the first presentation or the first set of remarks that were made today, is to look at the protection of nuclear facilities during war. And in this regard, I think it will be useful to go over some of the challenges that I think we are facing now, given new and emerging nuclear security risks, particularly in the ways that we are trying to adapt old solutions to addressing these risks. And I will also try to identify a couple of ways forward for our discussion. Now, you know, when we are talking about the strengthening of nuclear security, which is really one of the fundamental objectives I would imagine of this panel, we are really talking about, and this again was referred to in various different ways by the speakers today, we're talking about behavioral change. I've heard a set of policy recommendations. We have heard a set of behavioral changes and normative changes that need to be made in the international system. Now, in regard to this, one thing I will flag is that for this kind of behavioral change to occur, we have to first generate the conditions that make conversations about this kind of behavioral change more feasible. And I don't think that the landscape in terms of these conversations, as you pointed out, Victoria, look the same currently in different parts of the world. So to change this environment then, to create the conditions necessary to generate greater options than those that exist currently, one of the things that we should be looking at, and this is a more conceptual sort of discussion, is clarifying and expanding the scope of language and definitions within nuclear security. Now, the term nuclear security itself has been extensively misinterpreted. It has been extensively misappropriated, and this has happened also by experts such as myself who operate within this field. So to expect that lay folk will apply themselves to understanding the technical definition, I think also policymakers, would be a bit of a stretch. This is important because so far we see instances of nuclear security being used as a catch-all term to describe everything from nuclear deterrence to nuclear postures to, nuclear materials security. So all of it sort of is used within the rubric of nuclear security. But really, its technical definition means preventing nuclear materials from, and nuclear installations and infrastructure from falling into malicious hands. Now, in this shorthand, when we use the term nuclear security to mean a whole host of things outside of the scope of its definition, what we do is that we distort its technical meaning, and therefore we distort how we understand the issue. And that actually has a very serious knockdown impact then on how politicians, who typically tend to be generalists, perceive the issue of nuclear security, and also how global conversations and discourses around nuclear security are constructed. Now, another element of this conceptual issue of language and definitions, and I heard the term nuclear terrorism, right, come up several times. This is with regard to, the term nuclear security itself. Now, since 9/11, the nuclear security field has focused almost exclusively on non-state actors. So militant actors, terrorist actors, however you choose to label them. And this was solidified, in fact, by the Nuclear Security Summit process that was initiated by President Obama in 2010, and that concluded in 2016, that focused on nuclear terrorism and nuclear terrorism committed by non-state actors. So really at this time, we don't have any globally accepted terminology to refer to or to denote a state that commits hostilities against nuclear facilities, or a scenario in which you have a state that effectively commandeers a nuclear facility, as we've seen play out in this war, and then weaponizes that facility for the purposes of war. So there is at this time absolutely no terminology that is widely accepted. So to, nuclear terrorism committed by a state is, we can use it colloquially, but it wouldn't fly in more policy official circles. Now, this brings me to a linked point, which is that of desiloization. Now, desiloization conceptually is very often invoked in all professional fields because it is of critical relevance to all professional fields. But what we don't do is break desiloization down and try to understand what it means in all of these different professional contexts. And it is extremely important for the field of nuclear security because, as we know, it is inhabited by very disparate stakeholder groups. So you have engineers, you have scientists, you have scholars, you have security practitioners, politicians, all sort of operating at different levels of expertise, and they bring this expertise to bear on addressing nuclear security risks. Now, what they don't do very often, these communities of expertise, is interact with one another to have this sort of knowledge exchange and understanding that goes beyond their narrow areas of expertise. And I think this is certainly something that needs rectifying, and now would probably be the right time to take that conversation forward. Now, another point that de-siloization is linked to is knowledge production, right? Who produces knowledge? Who is it produced for? And who consumes this knowledge? In my own observations, I have found that, and this is pertinent because we are at a Global South conference, is there are perhaps not so obvious hierarchies that exist within academic and policy circles, right? So we actually tend to look at a very small set of actors who we think present behavior that could be replicated and from whom lessons could be derived. So this seems a bit ironic to me because we continue, all of us, we continue to emphasize the relevance and importance of the Global South. But really what we do is we look at the Global North to derive these lessons from. So often, you know, I am a bit critical, perhaps a bit disappointed, not here, in general, in terms of emphasis on the Global South, that this is really merely rhetorical emphasis if we can't understand the way in which knowledge production and exchange of ideas between equals can operate and what the current reality looks like. And I bring up the point of knowledge production because, of course, here you want to diversify the actors that you learn from and also exchange information and ideas with. And in this regard, you know, India and Pakistan have had in place since 1990 an agreement that commits each other to not attack each other's nuclear facilities and installations. And it has held since 1990. And this agreement actually follows an Indian military exercise, what was essentially a war game called Operation Brass Tacks a few years prior. And what Indian and Pakistani politicians then recognized was the dangers of misperception, right? Because Pakistan interpreted this war game as deliberate military movement, which it wasn't. And they then agreed to sort of enter this agreement and committed to not targeting each other's facilities. They were cognizant of the fact of the costs of misperception, as I said, and they also recognized the catastrophically negative fallout, you know, should each of, or any of these actors, or either of these actors rather, should attend to a consideration of targeting nuclear facilities during a crisis. So every year, in fact, whether India and Pakistan have official bilateral dialogue, whether they're engaged in talks, whether they are in the midst of a crisis, this list of coordinates of installations is exchanged faithfully at the beginning of every year, and it has happened since 1990. Now, to my surprise, because you know, I speak on some of these subjects at different venues across the world, and what stunned me a bit was that practically no one knew about the existence of this instrument. Why is that the case, right? Because I think what we tend to do is adopt very particular lenses when it comes to looking at different regions across the world. And again, very important conversation for a conference on the Global South. And the automatic lens that is adopted when it comes to South Asia or Southern Asia, I'm including China here, and I will say that many people in our own region are guilty of this negative bias. And I'm borrowing the words of a former American politician, it is that of the most dangerous place, right? And what this perception does then is it politicizes what could be frank and genuine intellectual engagement. What it does to policy making is it precludes absolutely any consideration of the possibility of learning from two nuclear-armed neighbors who may have evolved their own indigenous kind of nuclear learning. Now, this brings me then to my final point, and I think this ties in nicely with several of the recommendations that have been made, which is none of this will come to pass if there is an absence of political will. So creating political will then is a question of process, and here I'll focus very specifically and narrowly on nuclear security. I referred to the Nuclear Security Summit process 2010 to 2016 under Obama. I think it's worth asking why this process was as successful as it was in that period of time, and what is it from that process that can be borrowed for now. So one, the Nuclear Security Summit process democratized access. There are countries across the world that have fundamental differences of opinion with the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty and the nuclear regime, although majority of them continue to adhere to its norms. And two, very importantly, is that there was very high political visibility attached to the nuclear security summits, and this created critical incentivization for states to not only participate, but to voluntarily offer up national nuclear security commitments, which was astounding. So the question we should be asking then is, what is it about this period of time and this highly successful summit process that took place that we can adapt to now and sort of bring nuclear security back on the agenda? To wrap up, I'm always aware of this, and I tend to make this disclaimer, which is that having made all of these points, I fully recognize that policy recommendations are as easy to make as they are difficult to implement. So really the crux of my remarks, and what I will reiterate, is that first we need to create the conditions that makes these recommendations that may look great on paper feasible and actionable in reality. And for this, through my remarks, I have identified 4 ways, right? I have talked about the expansion and clarification of language and definitions that effectively govern the field of nuclear security. I have also talked about a greater effort at desiloizing the field of nuclear security. I have referred to a diversification of knowledge production and realistically accepting that we tend to look to a certain set of, shall I say, elite countries to emulate, even as we lay emphasis on the global south. And of course, we will need to consider the political environment in which such will can be fostered. I will close here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Excellent points. I would like to take upon the statement that you made about the political will. And it's the question to everyone, the members, the distinguished members of our panel. We see there was, and there is still, a political will to clearly define the red line when it comes to use of technical nuclear weapons. But when it comes to creating conditions intentionally by Russians with respect to Ukrainian nuclear power stations and facilities, such as nuclear waste facility, for example, storage, and others, we see a complete silence, as if this issue doesn't exist, as if those risks haven't been actually elevated on a daily basis when it comes to Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant in particular. Moreover, there is just completely missing in the discussion wherever we go and talk to representatives of Power North or Power South with respect to Russians targeting our energy infrastructure. Part of it is actually the one that provides safety and security of nuclear units. Because when you don't have operational, for example, substation that provides the delivery of the electricity that is produced at the nuclear unit to the grid, that creates a scenario for a major catastrophe, such as, for example, as we look at 3 Mile Island. This is exactly what happened. And we already have seen such attempts from the Russian side to implement exactly the same scenarios with respect to not just Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant, but all other nuclear power plants. And as you correctly mentioned, Dr. Kasapoglu, the radiation doesn't know any border. And really, it depends on where the wind will blow, which countries will be affected. Not necessarily, by the way, European continent. It can go all the way up to Turkey, for example. So why there is absence of appreciation of the risks associated with that? Why the clear red line is not drawn and communicated? And I really want to use this opportunity to thank all countries, including India, for clearly communicating to Russians that the use of technical nuclear weapon is the red line. But can we expect that this red line will be also added by another point, that any attempts of creating a nuclear disaster in Ukraine is also a red line, especially in light of what happened to Kakhovka Dam? Everyone was telling to us, Russians won't blow it, they will not touch it, it's not in their interest, but they did it. And it took the world, not hours, not even days, sometimes we haven't even heard any comments that it's the Russians who did that, and it was intentional. So while we hear comments that, oh, well, they will not create conditions for a major disaster, nuclear disaster in Ukraine, I don't buy it. I mean, look at Kakhovka. We all have to learn this lesson. So what should be done to extend the red line and extend it and add the civil nuclear facilities to the list? Can each of you please comment on that?
Well, should you expect that kind of red line? You should. Realistically, right now, you can't. I'm going to be very straightforward here. Running the right cause in international affairs and getting the right result are two different things. There are ways to move international community. There are ways to move decision makers, policy makers, okay? And Ukraine did one thing really well. Ukraine proved that it doesn't have a typical post-Soviet military. It has what we call well-trained, well-disciplined combat formations to hold the line. But I'm going to be very honest as a friend of Ukraine. When it comes to shaping international information space, it is still the baby steps here. In order to make it a red line, you have to have a headliner in the Washington Post, okay? Wall Street Journal, the New York Times. You should have you are looking at the restaurant, the service and the tables, but everything is cooked in the kitchen. This is how it works in the strategic community of the transatlantic world. That kitchen is the think tanks, research institutes, all the shapers of the policy, not the executors of policy. The Ukrainian representation in that strategic community is misdesigned from the outset, because it was designed as voicing the Ukrainian. By the way, propaganda is not a bad thing. Every state does propaganda. Policy is propaganda. But it was designed to voice the Ukrainian requirements, not set the agenda. As long as you do not set the agenda, you are just a voice in a discussion, and you are as big as your capacity. And with the skin of your teeth, I understand that you are trying to hold the line, and very heroically, your military is doing that. But in order to set that red line, and I think that definitely you should set that red line, not only for yourself, for international security, for the regional security, definitely. And it is, by the way, it is creating a very dangerous precedent, because this is the first time. And in military affairs, first time is really hard, but second time is really easy. Once it is done, they're going to follow suit. In order to set that red line, this conference should be held in London, DC, in these kind of capitals, and the shapers of policy should be voicing that. This is how policy is made in Western capitals. This is how policy is made in the Euro-Atlantic strategic community. I'm coming from those circles. I know how it works. I know how it moves. It doesn't, in a notorious fashion, but realistically, it means little if you are right. What would make a difference is if you know how to move the pieces. The way to move the pieces is to have that as a headliner in the Washington Post, so that congressional staffers read that, okay? So that everybody reads that as an objective security assessment. Objective security assessments translate into policy, not frustrations, even though they are right and righteous frustrations. This is my very objective, and as a friend of Ukraine, very realistic and feasible answer to your question. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your honest and friendly recommendations. Any other thoughts on how to push this issue from our distinguished guests? Do you have any thoughts to share with us?
Very important issue is that it is first time in the history of the world that nuclear plant is occupied by militants. So there is no international framework how to cope with this. And in the times of Obama, there was a nuclear summit, which are not the case now. So the Biden administration, for example, could, on its own initiative, to make this summit renewed and to propose nuclear states like France, Great Britain, and other nuclear states to adopt international framework to the consequences of today's actions, and to make some international framework and the laws how the nuclear facilities could be protected by the club of these nuclear countries. Thanks.
Thank you, Victoria. I'll keep this short. I am in agreement with the two speakers. What I heard was a setting of the red line. My pushback against this, I'm just playing the devil's advocate, I don't agree with, obviously, the use of TAC nukes, is even if we set the red line, we cannot confidently 100% say that the red line will not be crossed because we can't predict the enemy's intent. And these are conversations we have in South Asia as well, because Pakistan has tactical nuclear weapons. And really the greatest utility, according to me, in my analytical assessment, is that the greatest utility of a nuclear weapon is in its non-use. So we can come to a conversation about assessments of potential nuclear use, but to create elite consensus against holding this red line, I would say everyone will call out any sort of challenging of the nuclear taboo. But I don't know to what extent they are going to generate the options necessary to hold that red line.
Thank you. Do we have our guest from Brazil? Can we hear his perspective on this question?
Thank you. So I, just a compliment of what has been said, I think Ukraine has and had, particularly in the West, has been incredibly effective at projecting its narratives, at making this case relatable, being present in the public discourse, being very highly effective through diplomatic means. I think now that the country is much more present in the global south as well, it will be sort of a different set of challenge, considering the different realities, particularly the fact that countries struggle with so many domestic challenges, which makes them less capable of, let's say, taking diplomatic measures that have an immediate economic cost. However, as I can say here from the perspective of Brazil, the country, we've just been able to welcome the new Ukrainian ambassador after there was no ambassador for 2 years. And all these problems that we've just discussed here on the panel, there's been very little visible in the Brazilian media about Ukraine's perspective. A colleague here just mentioned the Washington Post. I mean, the same dynamic is true across the world. And I think that a strong diplomatic strategy, which can't be just a reproduction of the strategy in the West, but needs to be adjusted to realities in each country across the global South, I think is bound to have a significant impact. And I think conferences like this one actually are sort of a part of that strategy of bringing more people together, of being able to make Ukraine's experience and the cases that we were describing here more relatable, so that participants can go back to their respective communities, share what they've learned. I think promoting these people-to-people contacts is just absolutely crucial among specialists, because after all, these are connections which traditionally have existed only in the most minimal fashion. I think we're just at the beginning now to articulate a broader dialogue and institutionalized dialogue between institutions in the global South, experts in the global South, and their Ukrainian counterparts. So I think I'm actually slightly more optimistic. I think that these things take some time, but now that I think there's a genuine effort and a mutual interest to connect experts and to learn more about each other. I think that that these efforts can also then produce tangible outcomes.
Thank you very much. Olga, your comments on this subject?
Сьогодні прозвучало.
Well, first of all, today we had so many wise, important and appropriate things declared. And quite possibly, up until today, we were a little bit too emotional, and we were discussing emotions more than actions. But today, 1 year since, I do recollect November 23rd, and that was the day when the territory of Ukraine was subject to massive missile attack, and almost all distribution stations in our electricity grid were destroyed, thus cutting short our electricity transfer capacity. And this was the day when many of us physically realized what it means and how we should act. Up until that day, we were ignorant about possible response. And I do remember all of us praying for the dispatchers working their shift in nuclear power plants would be skillful and prudent enough to shut the reactors down, to prevent them from overheating and exploding. I also remember the day when the nuclear waste site was captured and the Russians have demolished electricity grid which was servicing this site. And that was clear that this is also one of the emergency situations which was not covered in any of our security protocols. Nobody was prepared. Third situation, the Kakhovka Dam destruction, and respectively the water reservoirs draining, putting at risk the cooling system of the nuclear power plant at risk. Now again, speaking of Zaporizhia, there will be a hard halt in one of the reactors because the occupational forces have done nothing to prevent the electricity supply disaster in Energodar. So, mentioning red lines, we can set the appropriate agenda with a very small font, big size sheets with a number of red lines listed there. And Ukrainian experts can make up such lists because we have the experience, the lessons, and the products to describe. So, when it comes to setting up the red lines, indeed, these should be our initiatives. We should be drafting and submitting the respective resolutions to the United Nations because this is taking place in Ukraine. There are no protocols drafted so far, and we have to be drafting that. If we need some Ukrainian legislation to be drafted first, we definitely will do so, because now we have coped with our emotions. Now we come to the next stage. We have to cope with these challenges. And to do so, we also have to make sure that international regulations are also capable of coping with such challenges. And when it comes to nuclear safety and security and managing nuclear fuel, that also has to be amended, because this is also a gap in international law. But also there is another important element which has not been mentioned so far. It's an excellent thing to have this treaty between India and Pakistan regarding nuclear sites. Another wonderful thing being that the nuclear terrorism now is recognized, but still it has to be defined on paper. Also, when it comes to red lines, not only red line definition should be put on paper, but also accountability, responsibility and liabilities, as well as the mechanism which should be deployed to hold the perpetrators liable, clearly stating that any individual or party which is capturing or seizing any kind of nuclear site should be held liable, with at least with a life sentence in line with international law. And if we have such written on paper and declared and ratified by other countries, not a single serviceman, not a single mercenary, not a single invader will be bold enough to cross that red line, putting one's foot into the secured area of such nuclear site. But to make sure this happens, we all have to sit together, take a blank sheet of paper, a pen, and write the new rules which could and should be ratified by everybody, starting with the global West and down to the global South, putting their signature at the bottom of that sheet, including India, Pakistan, Turkey, and everybody else, including those countries where Rosatom at the moment is building new nuclear power stations, expecting that you will become dependent on their fuel. But you have to remember about your future freedom, your future peace, your future independence from vicious partners, and possibility to refer to reliable partners. Now, when we are discussing policies, then the regional politicians should be thinking how to protect their countries and their regions from future risks, and move side by side with Ukraine to identifying the new definition, vision, and interpretation of the red lines. So we do appreciate your contributions, and we do appreciate that you are keeping up in your pace with Ukraine, and you are disregarding the threat of having some individual countries not being willing to put their signatures, but will definitely make up those laws. Thank you.
Distinguished panelists, have any other thoughts to share, the conclusions to make? Please go ahead, because I think Olga has already summed up a lot of things, and there is a to-do list after our discussions. But first of all, yes, if you have any closing remarks, please share with us.
As we are just repeating the word red lines and red lines and red lines, let us remember 10 years ago in Syria, the Obama administration had a red line about the chemical weapons use, right? And the red line wasn't based on if you use chemical weapons, I'm going to go to Lavrov and cut a deal about that. The red line was if you use chemical weapons, we're going to take military action. And the Syrian regime did use chemical weapons, right? And what did the Obama administration do? They cut a deal. They cut a deal with the Lavrov Foreign Office mediating that. It was the same team that created and designed the JCPOA, aka the nuclear deal with Iran. So right now I'm going to say a very, very blunt, straightforward, objective fact here. I'm with Ukrainians. All of you have relatives and beloved ones fighting this war. If I tell you in a hypothetical way, is Iran killing Ukrainian civilians by systematically providing loitering munitions to the Russian military? The plain answer to that is yes, yes, Iran is killing Ukrainian civilians. But let me tell you, my friends, You cannot pronounce that sentence in the bulk of think tanks in continental Europe and some think tanks in Washington, D.C., okay? Because that word would alienate Iran, the beloved Iran. That word would, like, jeopardize the nuclear arrangements with Iran. The moment that first Iranian Shahid 136 raided Ukrainian cities, it was legal at the time for snapback sanctions. And all the remaining parties of the JCPOA walking away from JCPOA. But right now in Washington, there is a scandal. The intellectual backers of the nuclear deal exchange emails with revolutionary guards. During the time of the nuclear deal participations, when they were invited to panels in Israel, they asked the Iranian Foreign Office, should I join, should I not join? Okay? There were guys who sent their draft articles to be vetted by the Iranian Foreign Office, and those guys designed the nuclear deal. Those guys set the red lines in Syria. Do not expect any red lines, firm red lines from that line of thought. Okay? This is gone by the wind. Paradigmally, this line of thought cannot draw and back any red lines. Iran is killing Ukrainian civilians. Okay? And again, I'm saying, in certain European think tanks and in certain Washington circles, you cannot even voice that plain fact that Iran is systematically killing Ukrainian civilians. Okay? Do not expect any red lines, any firm red lines from that line of thought. Thank you.
Thank you. Any closing remarks?
Yes, I actually wanted to thank Olga for the dignity of your comments. And although you apologized for emotions, I think emotions have a critical place in this conversation. I, of course, did. I spoke to the subject I was invited to speak to, but I must acknowledge that this was a difficult set of remarks to think on, because the intellectualism of our ivory towers have no place in a country and among a people at war. So thank you for listening to our comments, with them. Happy to have a conversation.
Thank you. Sana?
Yes, it was a very fruitful conversation, discussion. So what we should understand that using nuclear power, peaceful nuclear power, should be like using nuclear weapon. And EU and NATO countries should understand that we are approximately near the catastrophe in Europe, and their reactions should be now, when the Zaporizhzhia NPP is not blown up. But it will be no use of all these worries when it will come up. So everybody saw how the Kakhovka Dam was blown up, and the only question is when the international community will be proactive to act and to make it will not happen. So clear response in the package, in the 12th package, is needed now. Thanks.
Thank you. And the final thoughts from our distinguished guest from Brazil, please.
Thank you very much. It's been a privilege to be a part of this conversation, and I hope this can be a starting point of a broader dialogue. As I said, I think that these issues continue, not to have the visibility in countries like Brazil that they deserve. So I think initiatives like these are absolutely fundamental to draw in a larger amount of experts, of policymakers, of commentators, to make sure that these things are present in the public discourse and also have an impact as countries like Brazil devise their foreign policy and articulate their strategy vis-a-vis the current conflict. Thank you very much.
Thank you for being with us today. And on this note, I would like to conclude by saying that we all need to recognize that Ukraine is heading towards one of the most difficult winters in our modern history. We are unfortunately worse off when we compare our readiness for the winter, if we compare last year and this year. We understand that Russians will continue targeting our critical infrastructure, including energy infrastructure, and those parts that provide safety and security of our nuclear power plants. And I think it's a right time, and it's a hard time for the world to recognize those risks that we've discussed today. And again, I would like to reiterate, radiation doesn't know any borders. So preemptive measures have to be taken in order to avoid major catastrophes. So I really hope that the discussions we've had today will be continued and the message will be sent to your countries, politicians, decision makers, to finally wake up and stop using, for example, IAEA, International Atomic Agency, as an excuse to close the eyes towards the real issues that we are dealing with respect to Russian nuclear terrorism. Thank you very much for being with us, and I hope we will have more discussion during the lunchtime. Thank you.
So, welcome. This is the after-lunch panel, so everybody is a bit sleepy, but hopefully we've all had some coffee and we're ready to restart our very rich and insightful discussion. My name is Ivan Quist. I will be moderator and keynote speaker for this panel. I am a research fellow at the International Center for Defense and Security. It's an Estonian think tank in defense, security, and foreign policy. So I will be wearing two hats in this panel. I'm moderator and speaker. So first, I will address the role of moderator. We have a very rich and insightful panel, as we will see from very different perspectives. We will try to address a very ambitious topic, which is international security and South-South cooperation, so concerning also the developmental and economic agenda worldwide. These are two very ambitious topics, but we will address them from various different angles and hopefully lead to many insights, many takeaways, and many thoughts to continue. So before doing some housekeeping, I want to just say a few words about our panelists. I won't do the full introduction of each one. Their biographies are on the program, but I want to at least mention them so that you know who they are. So starting, Aimi Chana, entrepreneur and investor. Wenda Stefan, IR analyst and professor. Dr. Mario Pereira Garmendia, professor. Roslyn Ndisi-Obala, journalist. And Ambassador Lila Roldan Vasquez, former ambassador to Ukraine from Argentina. So just to do some housekeeping, each presenter will speak for about 5, 7, up to 10 minutes. We will have, depending on how time goes, we'll have either moderated discussion and a Q&A session, or at least a Q&A session. I noticed that we don't have any Ukrainian panelists, so I really want to have the Q&A discussion to bring in all perspectives represented today. So I will go back to my role as moderator, but I will now go to my role as keynote speaker. And instead of me awkwardly and doing sounds, I will just read, and hopefully that will be more eloquent than me speaking off the cuff. So the topic of the panel is a redefinition of the security and development orders of the world. This sounds like an ambitious topic for which there is no singular solution, but this panel will advance several different perspectives on these questions, offering takeaways, first-person perspectives, and concrete suggestions for moving forward. For my brief opening remarks, I will speak about what I understand by redefining the development and security orders and why there is a glaring need for this redefinition. As part of my research at the ICDS, I am sometimes asked, what message can we use to reach out to the so-called Global South regarding Russia's aggression against Ukraine? I always politely explain that dialogue and channels of conversation are essential, but ultimately there is no magic word, and even if there was, there is no singular Global South to listen to it. The reason why there is no magic word is because messaging can only accomplish so much. Persuasion has its limits, and those are the limits of the current development and security orders. This is not to say that communication is not important, but I will return to that point later. The 2020s so far have made evident the failure to create a world where there is freedom from want and freedom from fear. Development and security are needed to ensure these two freedoms. but both have been lacking during the different emergencies of the decade. On the side of development, these limits were made visible by the global response to the COVID-19 pandemic. Inequity in vaccine access made evident the enduring asymmetry between countries and the enduring gap between global South and global North. The pandemic was a shared crisis, but delays in funding and vaccine delivery for low and middle-income countries undermined their capacity to protect their populations in a timely manner. While support did arrive and vaccines did become available, the outcome was a longer pandemic for many countries with marked reversals in economic growth and human development. On the side of security, Russia's aggression against Ukraine renders painfully evident the shortcomings of collective security. The post-Cold War global security order failed to prevent Russia's war in 2014 and Russia's escalation in 2022. Today, it continues to fail to bring a decisive and just end to the war where the Ukrainian peace formula is fully and swiftly implemented. That is not to say that there has been no support for Ukraine. Ukraine has received massive help, to which Ukrainians have expressed their gratitude many times. Moreover, only a handful of regimes across the world have sided with the aggressor, with most votes at the UN Security Council denouncing Russia's war. But governments across the world consider that supporting Ukraine's war of self-defense is an option and not a duty. Support does arrive, but the uncertainty prolongs the war at the cost of human lives. Even worse, the United Nations appears disarmed when faced with an aggressive nuclear-armed power, permanent member of the Security Council. Change is needed. The limits to the development and security order result in two different injustices, but they both point to a similar challenge. The international order is falling short of creating a world where everyone lives in freedom from want and freedom from fear. Ukraine's valiant resistance against Russian imperialism is part of the fight against this injustice. Ukraine's path to a just peace and reconstruction has the potential of inspiring other countries in their fight against aggression. The cooperation among the countries of the Global South has been a trend in the past few decades, with the rise of South-South cooperation sparking hopes for a future of the developmental agenda. In the case of the COVID-19 pandemic, the role of large vaccine producers, such as India, and of multilateral mechanisms, such as COVAX, reinforce this hope. I will conclude by proposing a concrete, if modest, point for tackling these two injustices. Communication is essential. Now, earlier I said that messaging has its limits and that there is no magic word. But indeed, communication between Ukraine and the countries of the world is essential. In dialogue, disinformation can be countered, and a new consensus about development and security can be reached. Like Dr. Jan Kasadolu mentioned, it is a way to shape an agenda by communicating. In this sense, I have a great deal of respect and appreciation to the conference organizers and to Ukrainian diplomacy in general for their efforts to reach out to new partners across the globe. Communication alone won't solve the problems of the world inequality or of wars of aggression. But it is necessary for creating the partnerships needed to succeed over the challenges of the decade. So with these few words, what I wanted to accomplish is to say that there is indeed crisis in the world order, something that we've addressed in this conference from very different angles, from security to food security, from energy security to food security, to the legal order. and that there's a need for redefining these orders. In this panel, we'll tackle specifically security and development and how they match and overlap. And I think this conversation is very important that it happens between Ukraine and countries of, again, different regions of the world, Africa, Latin America, South and Southeast Asia. Because many of these countries have been outside of what Felix Mayadiaga mentioned, the club of powers that have defined international relations. So the fact that this conversation is happening between us and Ukraine is right now essential and has the opportunity to create a new consensus about our pressing issues of this decade. Now, I only mentioned vaccines, the pandemic, Russia's aggression against Ukraine, but we can add more global issues that can be addressed by this redefinition. On the top of my mind, climate change is there as well. So, thank you. Now, I will turn to our excellent panel. I will return to my role as moderator, and we'll first have Armi Chana from the Indo-Ukrainian Chamber of Commerce, a new initiative, and I think we are all connected and forging a connection to Ukraine by being here, by discussing with you, and by reflecting and recognizing the many challenges that are connected to Ukraine and Russia's invasion of Ukraine. And I think Armi has not only a great kind of work relating to Ukraine, but also a great personal story relating to Ukraine. So would you share us what you do and what is your connection to Ukraine?
Thank you, Dr. Ivan. My connection with Ukraine is spiritual. My personal hero is President Zelensky because he had the guts in face of, against all odds, he had the guts to say, I want weapons, not a right. And that changed history. If he would not have the defiance, the integrity, and the resilience, we would not all be sitting here and discussing Ukraine. And I share a history with Ukraine because of trauma. I was a businessman having garment export business for 20 years, 25 years, and visiting Europe almost four times a year. And in 2018, during a business visit, I had a carotid artery dissection, which I went into coma for 3 days. My carotid artery dissected, and I was in coma for 3 days. And post regaining consciousness, I was fully paralyzed on the right side of the body. Plus, I also lost my speech. So the doctor said there is no chance of recovery. He has to be on bed for lifetime. And my wife was told maybe 50% he can recover, don't expect too much. But by God's grace, I recovered almost, my speech came back in 6 to 12 months, taking a lot of speech therapy. And I was fully physically working in 2 years. And once I was okay, the COVID came and we had, COVID lockdown. And during the second lockdown, I was in Ukraine. That was the first country I visited alone in 2021 after my stroke. So I came to Ukraine to start up a business. I opened my company, and I was about to get a temporary residency and possibly a permanent residency. Then I went back to India, and by the time I got all the papers done, the war started. So the war, the start of the war made me feel, that I've lost everything. That whatever I was planning to do my whole life is fully lost because my chance is gone. But I was so inspired, by the resilience of Ukrainian nationals, everybody standing up to fight for their country, that I was going to Ukrainian embassy in Delhi, driving 1 hour 20 minutes one way every day to light candles in support of Ukraine. That is the least I could do. And that also, after 6 months, they stopped doing it, so I stopped going. So then in November, I proposed the current acting ambassador of Ukraine, Mr. Ivan Konovalov, that we should open a bilateral chamber of commerce. And he actually told me, you are the first person who has told us this. This idea should have come from us, not from you. So, and by God's grace, we went and made the chamber, and then we did a welcome event for welcoming the new ambassador, His Excellency Dr. Alexander Polishchuk, to India, and it was a hugely successful event with all embassies supporting us. So, from a businessman, I became a panelist. So I never expected this to be in such distinguished people who are professors, who are academicians, who are specialists in their own field. I'm just a businessman. So I do a business which I know best. So I will only talk in numbers. So I will talk in numbers, and I will give you all the numbers that we are looking to achieve, and I hope we achieve it very soon. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Armi. So next, we have Brenda Stefan, professor in international relations at IPADE in Mexico City, if I'm not mistaken, yes? And you will share your opening remarks, and I want to kind of ask, I mentioned about communication, Armi mentioned about Chamber of Commerce, and starting those dialogues with Ukraine. Do you think there's areas that can be specifically addressed, that where cooperation can be expanded and produce new results for facing the challenges that we have at the moment?
Hi, thank you, Ivan, for your question. I'm honored to be here today with my peer panelists. Thank you for being here this afternoon. Since the end of the World War, of World War II, and the creation of the UN, the world has aspired to a rule-based system. Today, we find ourselves at a critical moment in global history in which the foundations of the international order of security and development are being unprecedentedly challenged. One would believe that the so-called Global South, for a lack of a better word, would have reasons to identify with the Ukrainian cause against the Russian aggression, which is clearly imperialistic and violates international law. Countries in our regions have less military power and therefore have a lot to lose if the new normal is the survival of the fittest. Then, why hasn't the Global South shown more solidarity with Ukraine? The first step towards promoting South solidarity with Ukraine is a correct understanding of the Russian aggression. As we all know, this is a multidimensional war, and as part of it, there is an ongoing information war. Social media algorithms facilitate the distribution of fake news. Therefore, non-regulatory initiatives such as fact-checking, enhanced media literacy, and news media codes of conduct can contribute to diminish disinformation. But in addition to the well-known Russian digital propaganda, to promote the support for Moscow worldwide, since the war in Ukraine began, Russian diplomats have multiplied their visits to countries which are not part of the West. In the 10 months of 2023 that have gone by, high-ranking officials from Russia have visited Angola, Burundi, Eritrea, Kenya, Mali, Mauritania, South Africa, and Mozambique. And the Minister of Foreign Affairs and the Russian Minister of Foreign Affairs, Sergei Lavrov, made a trip to Latin America, including stops in Brazil, Venezuela, Nicaragua, and Cuba. Due to historical reasons, there is a long-standing anti-West sentiment in the Global South. Moscow is aware of it, and so it promotes the idea that this war is really a fight against Western power and neocolonialism. The Kremlin insists that the challenge to the current liberal order benefits the Southern Hemisphere, giving it more negotiating power on the international stage. Russia presents itself as an anti-colonial agent in Africa, emphasizing that it has never colonized an African country. On the contrary, it argues that Russia, as the core of the Soviet Union, supported various anti-colonial struggles in the region during the Cold War, such as in Angola and Mozambique. As if the Russian Federation defended the same values as the Soviet Union, Moscow uses the nostalgia for the Soviet times and the Soviet Union and the anti-American sentiment to connect with left-wing leaders in many countries, particularly in Latin America, where this type of leadership is blossoming. These strategies have won Moscow's own sympathies. As a proof of it, one can look at the recent Russian Federation attempt to become again part of the United Nations Human Rights Councils, where even in the face of blatant violations to human rights and international law, Moscow managed to collect 83 votes on October 10th. They were not enough to get the seat at the Council, but think again of it. 83 countries think that Russia should be part of the UN Human Rights Council. Let that sink in. Ukraine's attempt to gain support in our region by arguing that it's fighting against imperialism, increasing its embassies in Africa, sharing President Zelensky's messages in different Latin American spaces of influence, and generally prioritizing the Southern Hemisphere in the foreign policy, don't seem to have resonated in the same way as the Russian efforts have. Since it's been proven that fake news travel faster, it's not enough to try to debunk misinformation. We need to work on spreading accurate information, and we, meaning those of us who believe in freedom and democracy, need to rethink how to do it. In a humble manner, but trying to look for possible avenues to work on this issue, I want to put on the table some ideas as food for thought. We need not to underestimate the power of social connections at different levels. Diplomacy has to be enhanced with efforts in different social sectors. That is why this conference is so valuable. But Ukraine could gain more support from the Global South by strengthening its economic ties and generating business exchanges. The work of my colleague from India is one good example. Student foreign exchanges should also be prioritized because of the current situation in Ukraine. For the time being, the focus could be on sending Ukrainian students abroad, particularly to our regions. By mingling with other young people, they will help to get the Ukrainian message across. And we could do similar efforts with NGOs, women organizations, unions, youth organizations, academia, and the like. Also, when talking to our countries, instead of focusing its narrative against Russia, Ukraine could focus on the common experiences that it has with the Global South. Think of this. Recently, I had the opportunity to talk to the Latvian Assistant Secretary of Foreign Affairs. He told me about his experience traveling to Cuba. While the initial reaction of Cuban officials regarding the war in Ukraine was to argue that the United States was to blame for this war because of NATO expansion to the east, the Latvian official explained that it was the Eastern European countries that insisted in joining NATO and not NATO who chased them to become part of it. Then he went on to stress that Latvia was not going to accommodate to the Russian will just because it was a powerful country in the neighborhood. The Cuban officials then started to sympathize. I think this serves as an example of the sort of narrative that could connect Ukraine with the South. But there is also one important lesson that comes with this anecdote. It is not only the message that it's important, but the messenger. Latvia, as any other country that suffered Russian occupation, Lithuania, Estonia, Poland, is probably in a better position to be a messenger in Latin America than the United States, and in a better position to be a channel with Africa than any former colonial European country. And to go on with the same example, it's clear the Latvian diplomacy won't have the tentacles to reach out to all our countries, but I would suggest that in a case-by-case analysis, it could be established which Ukrainian bigger ally has the best reputation to help in pushing the Latvian, for example, diplomatic effort in a specific country. For instance, in Mexico, it could partner with France, Germany, or Italy to coordinate Latvian official visits with a robust agenda to convey the proper message. Furthermore, I would emphasize the importance of media personalities and social media influencers. These visits should include one or more meetings with a group of influent voices within the public opinion to have a bigger echo of the message that wants to be conveyed. Finally, I would underline the power of the Ukrainian diaspora. Ukrainian consulates around the world could identify best practices to activate the diaspora in ways that would support the Ukrainian cause and its message. In Mexico, for instance, the Ukrainian community, completely independently of the Ukrainian embassy or the consulate, has set up a project that has made possible that 5 Ukrainian soldiers who had been injured in combat traveled to Mexico to get prostheses. This organization not only fundraises for the Ukrainian cause, but it also generates awareness and gets the Ukrainian message across. This is just one example, but I'm sure there are many others around the world that could be replicated. In the age of post-truth and fake news, the maxim, "the truth does not need to be defended," has proven to be wrong. Information ammunition is crucial. Not all of us carry a gun, but we all can fight by Ukraine's side by promoting a sound understanding of what's truly happening in this war. Thank you.
Thank you, Brenda. And thank you for this comprehensive analysis and the very concrete suggestions. So now I have the pleasure to introduce Mario Pereira, professor at the University of Navarra, professor in international criminal law and international security. So the floor is yours.
Well, first of all, working? Okay. I just want to thank you from the bottom of my heart to the organizers of this event for inviting me. It is an honor. It is a great pleasure to be here in Ukraine. And you people are really an inspiration to the whole world. Every single person that have a mind of its own and a heart should be in the right path of history, and the right path of history is in the Ukrainian side without any sort of hesitation. Now, I came from the River Plate in South America, and we have a problem. Unless you have a great skill in education as the ambassadors, we talk too much. So I will try to focus on a PowerPoint, so in order to just go as fast as possible and to explain myself. So the first thing that I want to share with you is, well, what about the so-called New World Order? Oh, I can watch. Oh, this is marvelous. I have all these things deployed here, and then it's much easier. Bring that. So, is there really a New World Order? Look, I am an international criminal law professor. I'm not an expert in politics or in geostrategic studies. So I think it's important to focus on what I consider is the so-called world order, okay? So I think that you can understand what I'm trying to tell you, okay? First thing is that I don't think that we are focusing now, we are in a transition to a new world order. That is perhaps what Mr. Putin and his main assessors, like Dugin, Karaganov, and others, thought crazily that they were doing. But actually, it's impossible. Russia, not even Russia plus China, had the strength, the muscle to change the international system as it is, unless we allow that to happen. And I think that the only way to allow that to happen is just to legitimize in some manner what they are doing here in Ukraine. For example, by accepting a sort of peace agreement between Ukraine and Russia. I think that that would be, without any sort of doubt, a Grossian moment that will change forever the international system. And that is the major threat that the Global South right now is facing, as well as Ukraine too. As I said before, what I mean by world order is the international law system. Okay, the international security parameters that more or less are shared by the international system, as well as to consider humanity as the object of protection, the referent object of international criminal law. Okay? Now, I know that some of you will probably thinking that it is infallible. No, it's not infallible. Like, no legal system is infallible. Actually, we have people that violate our national systems of law and international system every single day. The important here is the legitimate expectations that are protected by the rule of law. And as our very good friend from Armenia told us earlier, it is important the enforcement of the rule of the law. Okay? We have very good pieces of legislation. We need to focus on the way we enforce and the way we make that particular pieces of legislation accomplished. Now, when I say humanity as a referent object of international criminal law, basically I'm talking about humanity as a construction, as considered by Comte. I mean, those recipients of some rights that belong to every single human being, just because they are human beings, that are not rights that are created by states, but they pre-exist states. So states cannot change it. Okay? And not a single institution in this world, doesn't matter if it is national, international, or regional, can change. Okay? So there is also a new obligation. I don't know if it is really new, but actually it is a new sort of interpreting the UN Charter, that is the responsibility to protect principle, that allow us to consider that every single state, in order to keep its own sovereignty and could oppose that sovereignty to the rest of the states in this world, they should at least protect its own population in a minimal standard. That is basically to protect from atrocity crimes. And this is an obligation, a duty of every single state towards its own population, as well as the different states of this world towards the population of another state that is crushing its own population, facilitating or perpetrating these atrocity crimes. Now, there is also, I think, I know that this is not necessarily shared by every scholar, but I'm one of those who think that there is a real red line in the international system in the aftermath of the Second World War, especially in the aftermath of the Nuremberg judgments. And that is that the war of aggression as a war of conquest is banned. Okay? This means that it is forbidden to, in some manner, crush another state with economical policies, with cultural policies, with even with the use of force. No. Fortunately, we haven't reached that point. But what is true is that there is no, that there cannot be a recognition of any sort of sovereignty of a state that happens to obtain some land by the use of force in the aftermath of the Second World War. The problem is that if we allow this to happen here, we allow Russia to some manner legitimate its status quo in the territories that are now occupying of Ukraine, then I'm afraid we are going to go back to the logic of prior to Brian Kellogg, prior to the League of Nations, and not to mention prior to our actual international system. Yeah, I'm gonna go quickly. So what about the so-called Global South? Well, first of all, I have bad news for you. I don't think that we are in a position to lecture you anything, teach you anything. As a matter of fact, we must learn from you. I mean, Ukrainians. Okay? As I told you to some of you during the lunch, you are the ones who are doing the most sensical things. And the most sensical things I have heard during all these days of conferences are the speeches delivered by Ukrainian officials. I think that you are right in practically everything you're doing. And what we have to do, basically, is to help you, to aid you, to assist you as much as possible. Because we must remember all the time that this is not a war. This is a crime against peace. This is a crime of aggression, whose victims are not just the Ukrainians, but the whole humanity. And this is important to keep on remembering every time, because it looks like that the narrative that this is a war between Russia and Ukraine and Russia, allows some states to assume the position of a simple bystander. And that is not possible. It is not possible in accordance to the responsibility to protect principle, and it is not possible to, take into consideration the logic of international criminal law. I'm crazy. Okay, good. It's not me. It's not me. Now, I think that we also have to avoid what I call the Howard Finch trap, not Trump, sorry. This happens when you just do the PowerPoint late at night. Make these mistakes, I don't know. Trap. This particular scholar that I think he came from Yale University in the last edition of Foreign Policy, well, in some manner, maintain that it's important to use this particular situation of Ukraine in order to obtain as much as possible from the United States and the European Union. I mean, change your main policy, on economical things or in trading or whatever. And then, and only then, we are going to help you to help the Ukrainians. Well, I think that's completely wrong, because that is not understand what really is happening here. This is an aggression against the whole world. This is something that has to do with us directly. This is something that the Ukrainians are suffering in their own flesh and blood. But this is something that tomorrow will happen to us. The question is, who's going to be next in line? after the Ukrainians. So I think this sort of policies are the most stupid thing you can possibly do. Now, I would like also to explain some, what I consider, humbly consider, some misperceptions about this particular situation. The first of all is this idea that the Western world do not have the right to help Ukraine. Well, I think they have absolute legitimation, the Western world, to give as much aid and help and support to Ukraine as possible. First of all, because it is a duty, not only for the Western world, but for the whole world. Second, because Ukraine, as it was remembered yesterday, was never an aggressor against any other nation. And doesn't matter what happened in the past, this particular case is about one nation that perpetrated a crime of peace against the nation of Ukraine, period. So how can you say that the Western world or the Eastern world or even aliens cannot help Ukraine if they want? Of course. And it is not a thing of wanting. It is a thing of, it is a duty. It is an obligation. Secondly, and I will remember, even though some people are not very fond of this, but we Westerners happen to be humans too. And if this is a crime that has humanity as the referent object, then we have the right to protect ourselves. And if the way to protect ourselves is to give as much support to the Ukrainians as possible, then that's the right thing to do. And you can change the name of this subject. It could be Ukrainians, it could be Palestinians, it could be Israelis, it could be Mexicans, it could be Uruguayans. It is about the one who is suffering from an atrocity crime, period. And then, as I was saying, well, this is the duty of every nation in accordance to the second and especially the third pillar of the responsibility to protect. Then is it correct to say that some Western powers like United Kingdom, United States, European Union are helping aiding Ukraine? Or is it just the opposite? I think it's the opposite because, look, focus on the facts. This is an aggression against humanity. And Ukraine is the only nation fighting against this aggressor. Compare this case with the invasion of Kuwait, in which their own nationals couldn't achieve to protect their own nation. Ukrainians are fighting for their own existence. And in some way, they stop the invasion in the majority of its own territory. So in that occasion, the United Nations could manage, I mean, the Americans and Europeans could manage to create an international army using the flag of the United Nations against a power that we consider in those times that have weapons of mass destruction, even nuclear capabilities. And we don't hesitate in those moments, basically because we have a different leadership in an international level. But the truth is that the response that we are giving the Ukrainians is not so big. And secondly, look, every nation must fight alongside Ukraine, giving as much support as possible. Otherwise, it will be violating its international duties. So actually, it's true that the United Kingdom, USA, and EU are indeed the states that help Ukraine the most, but they are protecting humanity not as much as Ukraine is. So because you do not support your helper, you only aid or abet it on a minor scale. So it is about time to say it clearly. We are not behaving correctly with Ukraine. We must do much more than we are actually doing. And the nations of the so-called Global South, well, they must not pretend to be mere bystanders. We have duties and obligations, not just with Ukraine, but with humanity, hence with ourselves. It is not a war, it is a crime. It is important to keep remembering this all the time. You don't try to reach an agreement with a criminal. You don't negotiate with a rapist you rape. How much you will tolerate or accept a rape against you. As much you don't reach an agreement with a thief about how much he may steal from you. That's ridiculous and offensive to say. Now, this crime perpetrated by Russia cannot be fixed or solved by a peace agreement. Once again, it is not a war, it is a crime. You fix crimes only with justice. You end the effects of crimes only with justice. Any other path is destined to fail and will only cause more damage and pain to humanity. Just think for a while what a return to the basis of the 19th century European imperialism could cause to peace and prosperity alongside the world. Ukraine and those states who support humanity against the atrocity crimes perpetrated by the Russian Federation and its allies are not fighting a war, but legitimately defending themselves. That means that there is no proportionality to follow, but socio-ethical restrictions made on international costume and use cogents norms, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, the 1975 international covenants, the Nuremberg Principles, the Convention on Prevention and Prosecution of the Crime of Genocide, etc., etc. In some particular cases, these socio-ethical restrictions will allow less to the defendant to do. For example, the case of Gaza right now. But in case as the aggression of Russia against Ukraine, when you have armies fighting each other, what is allowed by the international law to Ukraine to do is much wider than in accordance to a proportionality that, by the way, scholarship in the last years, or decades, I might say, are considering this just from a numerical or quantitative matter. Okay? So I think it's important to consider this always. You are not fighting a war, you are defending yourselves. Now, finally, some ideas for actions. Well, first of all, I think that the Ibero-American states should introduce to the UN General Secretary a project of a statute of an international ad hoc tribunal for the war of aggression. I think that will help to get as much votes as possible in the General Assembly, rather than if it is an European project or an American project. Especially because Europe has a problem. Its own human rights charter do not allow judges condemned in absentia. And I think it's critical for this case to could manage to condemn Vladimir Putin or whoever leader of Russia in absentia. And international custom law allows it. If not, ask Martin Bormann. Liability criteria should be joint criminal enterprise. Forget about those theses of close vaccine that are not precisely the best ones. And then we must apply our internal law. Remember that international criminal law is based on national tribunals rather than international. Then the little fishes, in accordance to the terminology deployed by Murray Bernès, the one who created the joint criminal enterprise criteria and the whole structure of the Nuremberg trials, should be catched by every state that have the opportunity, especially those state members of the ICC. Now, apply your own legislation on war crimes, crimes against humanity or genocide, and if there is no personal or material connection, then deliver him or her to the ICC or to another state that does have jurisdiction, universal jurisdiction, for example, Ukraine or Spain, for example, say, to mention just one. Then all of that should be in accordance with the accountability scheme or guidelines developed by the Ukraine's General Prosecutor Office. A sort of remake of the Control Council Law number 10 in the aftermath of the Nuremberg jurisdiction. Now I will forget about this example and I go directly to this final idea. To create a common policy on the matter of confiscation of frozen assets from Russian political and military officials as well as oligarchs. We must define on a multilateral treaty, for example, the Organization of American States, I'm thinking about Latin America, could very well conduce that define the proceeds, the standards, and automatic forfeiture of restrained property and deliver that property directly to the state that is the victim, for example, Ukraine. Now, the standards could perfectly follow the same logic of the UN Security Council Resolution 1373, that is in order to define terrorist groups. Now, framing the cases in which every state could proceed to freeze or confiscate some assets and send them to a third state or an international organization. Such cases could be those in which for example, General Assembly or the Security Council indistinctively declares some particular action to be an international aggression, in accordance, for example, with Resolution 1373, and following a FST procedure, fast, simple, and especially transparent. And finally, well, some thought that I stole from Mr. Winston Churchill, and I try to apply it to you. Never in the March of Liberty and Freedom so many owe we so much to such a few. In this case, what a glorious few. So you Ukrainians really are amazing. And thank you so much.
Thank you, Mario. Thank you for bringing in a perspective from international law and for sort of connecting what Russia's war against Ukraine or Russia's aggression against Ukraine from an international perspective, but also bringing in the Ibero-American and Latin American angle, which I think connects back to the broader topic of the conference. So thank you for that. Now I have the pleasure to introduce Rosalind D.C. Obala, political editor at National Media Group. I think we have, I want to kind of mention again that we have a very eclectic panel with people with many different backgrounds, and we've heard kind of a perspective from emerging business connections between Ukraine and India, kind of a security cooperation agenda, international law perspective connecting Latin America and Ukraine. And what I want to ask you, Rosalind, is about how to continue with cooperation to bring a win-win agenda when looking also at topics like trade, commerce, the economic agenda that connects back to the development topic and the international agenda.
Thank you so much. First of all, I want to thank the organizers of this event because you've brought in a rich blend of stakeholders, people that cannot be left behind in this discussion about the Global South. And I think this is a platform where we can actually look at where to move forward. I think as we sit here, somebody will ask, why Africa? And why will you concentrate on having the invasion of Ukraine as a discussion with the African continent? And I'll take you home. Kenya is very many miles away from this nation. But the invasion in Ukraine has had a direct effect in Kenya. Just yesterday, we were discussing the cost of fuel in Kenya, and they just reviewed the cost of fuel, and for the first time, a liter of fuel is going for $20, which has never been the case since independence. So that can actually just tell you how we are actually feeling the pinch. Now, if you look at Kenya, Kenya is a country that actually recognized Ukraine as an independent state in 1993. And this is a country that has had cooperation with Russia since 1963. So these are two countries that are actually having direct effect in a country. That is the Horn of East Africa, not just Kenya, but the countries that are around the East Africa region in terms of trade, in terms of security. Now, when we come to the conversation of redefining the international security and development order, there can never be development without peace and security. So in that case, even as we talk about development, if we don't focus on the peace of a country or your neighbors, then there is nothing you are saying. Kenya finds itself in a very difficult slot, just in the continent, but also globally in terms of security. And it has just served as a non-permanent member in the United Security Council. Its term ended last year. And it has played a big role in the Horn of Africa in terms of security in Somalia, South Sudan, DRC currently in Northern Kivu. And that just tells you how important security is intertwined with development. And that brings the aspect of trade and bilateral enhancements. So in this case, I'll bring you back home again in terms of the trade volume between Ukraine and Kenya. Kenya imports wheat from Russia and Ukraine. Russia composes 67% of the wheat that we import to Kenya. Ukraine composed of 22% of the same wheat that we import. 11% is for the rest of the world. Last year, just after COVID, and after Ukraine changed their constitution in 2019, where they actually allowed Kenya to now import the farm inputs, the trade volume between Kenya and Ukraine increased. And for the first time, if you remember, since the other years, like 2017, going backwards, where the trade volume was at $7 million, it is now going to $200 million. But immediately after the invasion, then this has been affected, because what does Kenya import from Ukraine? We import wheat, there is oil, there is iron, there is steel, and actually if you come to Kenya now, the expressway, the steel was from Ukraine. So you find that when there is war in this part of the region, then it actually interferes with development, which actually builds on the economy of a country. Just last month, if you followed, there were demonstrations in Kenya. What were the demonstrations? It was about high cost of living. How does that trickle down to this war? One is the cost of fuel. That was actually the main agenda in Kenya's last year's election, when they were talking about how they were going to step in terms of the war and ensure that the cost of living has actually been addressed. That has not happened. So every time you see demonstrations in Kenya and the other regions, it's because of the invasion that is going on. So that's how security ties to development. When we say again that how do we now build on this, there are shocks to this war. One of them is the issue of how do we get fertilizer. Currently, fertilizer in Kenya goes for $50. In the past, before the war, it was at $25. So that is double the cost of fertilizer. And that is where it brings us back to the issue of food security. I don't think there is any country that can say they are food secure. But how do we ensure that that deficit is bridged with every country that needs it? You can only bridge it when there is peace and security to enhance development. Either transfer of skills, exports of inputs, and also imports of other things. For Kenya on its part, Kenya exports tea, coffee, cut flour to Ukraine. That is not happening anymore. The flour farmers are not able to receive the demand they used to get, because the transporters are not able to transport because of the sanctions that have been put for Russia. So even in terms of the SWIFT exchange rate, they are not able to do that. So that is how this war is actually impacting directly to Africa, and in that case, Kenya. Kenya is seen as the hub of East Africa. That one is around Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, Rwanda, Burundi, South Sudan, and DRC. All these countries, if Kenya is affected, because Kenya is actually the port of imports, then all these other countries are affected. That is how, when there is no security, that happens. Finally, both Ukraine and Russia do not have finalized cooperations in terms of trade, military engagements, education, because what has been happening in these countries is mutual respect and bilateral talks. In 2021, a delegation of Kenyan leaders came to Ukraine to do what is called audit bilateral. But since that time, because of the invasion, the report that they came back with has not been finalized by our government and ratified by our parliament as required in the Constitution. So that just tells you that the war here might be many kilometers away, but it is affecting development and inspiring the economy of the Horn of Africa. Thank you.
Thank you, Rosalind. Now, I turn to our final panelist, Ambassador Roldan Vasquez. I want to highlight, we have here a different range of relationship with Ukraine and different experiences, but I think the ambassador has one of the richest one. Ambassador Roldan Vasquez was ambassador from Argentina to Ukraine, as I mentioned at the start, from 2007 to 2015, if I'm not mistaken. And she is currently the Secretary General of the Argentinian Council of Foreign Affairs, or Foreign Policy. And it is my great pleasure to introduce you. And please share, we look forward to your comments.
Thank you, Ivan. I'm very, very grateful and very honored by this invitation to come here and have this intense exchange of experiences and knowledge with my colleagues in the panel and with all of you these days. And I'm also very happy to come back here because it's like a very familiar place to me. I love Ukraine very much. I've lived in this city, in this country, and I know Ukrainian people, and I know how alike they are to Argentinian people. We cherish the same values: family, friends, democracy, independence, liberty, human rights, as we share them with Europe. Ukraine is a European country, so we have the same values. Also, Argentina was the first Latin American country to recognize Ukrainian independence not only once, but twice. Already in the first independence of Ukraine in 1921, which a period of independence that lasted, alas, a very short time, interrupted by Russia. And the second time in 1991, which was the definitive independence. Also, we have one of the biggest Ukrainian diasporas in the world. In Argentina, we have more than 400,000 Ukrainian people or direct descendants from Ukrainian families. And there are many also that have come back with their families during the Stalin era that encouraged people coming back to their respective countries in the Soviet Union and then stayed here and cherished their relations, their families with Argentina. So Argentina is not the only one to have many Ukrainian people in their constituencies. Brazil has also many Ukrainian people. So I think that Latin America is a fertile soil for Ukrainian cooperation. Going to the security, to the redefining the security world order, which is mandatory in this panel, I think that, and I'm not the only one to think that, of course, that the full-fledged aggression, invasion of Russia on February 22 disrupted absolutely, in an absolute way, the international order that we had known until that time. From 2 or 3 major powers that were sharing the commandment of the international security order, the States, the United States, China, surging also as a great power, the European Union and Russia less, because I think that it's Russia is a Potemkin power. We thought that it was a very big power, and we can see now that it's not so big and so powerful. And then maybe it opened the Pandora box. It opened the possibility of many, many countries feeling entitled to do the same, to conduct aggressive actions against their neighbors, against states that are weaker than, or they think are weaker than they are. And we are witnessing a surge of intensifying the use of military resources, fortifying military budgets. We've seen the NATO becoming larger, which was the opposite of what Putin wanted. In December 2021, President Putin of Russia sent 2 ultimatums to the United States and NATO in respective letters, asking them to engage themselves not to allow Ukraine into NATO ever, coming back to 1991 geographical borders of NATO and other security guarantees that Russia asked for itself. He was not heard, and on the opposite, NATO is enlarged today by the incorporation of Finland and maybe Sweden in the next future. And Ukraine is also very advanced in its negotiations of accession to NATO and to the European Union, where she's already a candidate. Another thing that Putin, I'm sure, was not looking for. This very, very traumatic world that we are watching now, we are seeing now, is a very dangerous one. If you just look at what happened in Nagorno-Karabakh a few weeks ago, if you look at what is happening in Gaza and Israel today, and we don't have to cease looking at what is happening in Ukraine, because news go very fast and they move from one big title to another, from one big news to another, with extreme velocity. And we should make sure that Ukraine does not disappear from the news, does not disappear from international attention, because people is dying everywhere, every day, here in a very long frontier between good and wrong. Another consequence of this invasion has been the strengthening of the West, as they had a very swift response to Russian invasion. They responded with sanctions, with military aid to Ukraine, humanitarian aid, technological aid. But the other side of the coin is that they become somehow isolated from the rest of what is wrongly, in my opinion, in my humble opinion, is wrongly called the Global South. Because the Global South is not so global, it's not homogeneous, it's very disparate, we have listened here to many examples of these differences. We are talking about regions here. We are talking about representatives from Latin America, from Africa, from Asia. We are not talking from representatives of the global south. We represent our own countries. Each of us represent his or her country, not the global south. And even if we can share common worries about security, about food security, about poverty, human rights abuses, and many other universal problems, each of these countries that are included in this big non-Western group of countries has its own national interests. And it's guided not only by these universal worries, but also by the needs and objectives and hopes of its own country. So the internet, that has also to do with the inefficiency of international organizations. United Nations is not functioning at all. They haven't been able to prevent, to stop, to resolve any conflict in the world for some decades now. Security Council is useless. There are 5 main members that have veto power, and they can do whatever they want. They won't get punished because they have the veto power, and there's always another major power that is going to go with them. And we have seen in this case, even if the General Assembly in the United Nations voted with a great majority against the invasion of Russia and asking to stop this invasion, this war, even in our region, the Organization of American States, OAS, has expelled Russia as a permanent observer from the organization and has condemned the invasion from the first day of the invasion. Not once, twice, or thrice. And it's very consistent in its resolutions condemning this invasion. But has it stopped Putin? Have they had any effect on the war? General Assembly resolutions, OAS resolutions, European Union decisions, whatever, you name it, it's not working. So I think that the only way to go forward is to trust in our neighbors, in the countries with similar interests. Regionalism is the word today. For me, is the solution to our problems. Not all of our problems, but many security questions could be answered by cooperation between our neighbors and people and states with similar interests. We in Latin America are a zone of peace. And we are also a zone of free of nuclear weapons. We have a treaty, Tlatelolco Treaty, because it was signed in Mexico, to which we are all obedient and members of it. Even if Argentina is a very developed nuclear country, we also use nuclear energy for energy purposes. we sell reactors, we are very developed, and we don't have a nuclear weapons production. Also, Brazil is in the same position, and we have an agency to control each other production of nuclear energy. It is the only one, it was the first one in the world. Brazil and Argentina in the 90s agreed to this mutual control of their nuclear capacities. So we have so many possibilities of cooperation because the Russian aggression not only disrupted the security and the food security conditions in the world, but it also gave us possibilities because it opened our eyes to dangers, to security failures and menaces, and it intensified relationships between some of our countries, and I think we have to go on like that, strengthening cooperation, South and South cooperation, to find solutions, for instance, to food security. Latin America is a great producer of food. We are main exporters of grain, of meat, and many other basic products for feeding humanity. And other countries are also good providers of other things. Technology is also on our side. We are developing technology very fast. So we can try and, from 8,000 million people that inhabit the world today, more than 7,200 million belong to a country who is in some regional organization. South Asia, East Asia, African organizations, Latin American organizations, European Union, NAFTA in North America. We all belong to countries that are already cooperating with neighbors or with countries that have similar interests. For instance, oil. Oil was one of the main resources that pulled countries together when they created OPEP. And even Russia and countries from the former Soviet Union have a CSTO, which is an agreement to mutual security in the region. That's why the Armenian colleague who was today morning in another panel was talking about Armenia's deception before Russia's aloofness when Azerbaijan attacked Nagorno-Karabakh, because they had an obligation through this structure to go for them. So I just wanted to leave two messages. One is that we have all the possibilities to cooperate. Ukraine is ready to cooperate with all the countries in the world, and I think that most of the countries of the world are ready to cooperate with Ukraine to stop this awful war and construct a new world order in peace, security, respect for the rule of law and human rights. And the second message is that we should all be Ukraine today. We should all be behind Ukraine and Ukrainians because they are defending with their blood and with their effort the independence, territorial integrity, and their future, which is the future of the world. That's my message. Thank you very much to all of you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Ambassador Lila. Thank you again to all of our panelists. I am aware that time is coming to an end. However, I would like to invite our audience to think about a question that you would like to ask our panelists. And while you reflect, I want to actually also, I have a question of my own. I want to address it to Ayomi because it's a topic that connects precisely to opportunities in cooperation, in economic matters, and particularly on the topic of reconstruction, precisely in the subtitle of this panel. So, what opportunities do you see in this area? And that
see, I will tell you first, there are three things. Firstly, demographics in Ukraine. The pre-war population of Ukraine was 42 million. Almost 9 million people have are refugees now in Europe. So, and plus the war, all the loss of people and all disabilities, and so that's why Ukraine will be short of construction workers. India is the biggest country which has the largest population, and we intend to help Ukraine reconstruct just like all the Middle East we constructed. So by supplying construction labor, engineers, and all the staff that will reconstruct the whole country. Europe can give all the capital, Europe can give the designs, but Europe doesn't have people. So now the only two countries which has a human capital is China and India. China, I don't think, because they are supporting Russia, Ukrainians will prefer them. But India is neutral, so, and they're preferred because they are people that are very easily assimilating into the home guest country. So possibly this is one area which we can cooperate. Secondly, we can give engineers, IT engineers, because that is one other sector which we are very advanced in IT engineering, IT workers. We have a huge number of workers. So that part, I think we can collaborate. And that's the whole point of having a chamber of commerce. We can help Indian companies set up business in Ukraine. Vice versa also, Ukrainian companies can set up business in India. And we can help both the countries. The pre-war business was between India and Ukraine was $3.75 billion, which obviously has fallen to much lower levels right now. We don't have the current figures. But I suppose post-war, within 1 or 2 years, we can reach the same level. And in approximately 5 years, we hope to double up the business. Thank you so much.
Thank you. While, yes, there's a question here if you would say who you are and...
Thank you for this panel discussion. It was very interesting for us. And my question is more, I think, about Latin American countries, but maybe not only for them. When we talk about international security and also about the United Nations, useless United Nations, yes, as we mentioned here, we have to mention about peace formula of Ukraine proposed by President Zelensky. And my question is, how do you think this idea of our peace formula can be adopted in Latin American countries or other countries of the Global South? What points of this plan may be interest to the countries of, for example, Latin America, and maybe Ukraine should propose something else to to promote this idea and to involve these countries to peace purpose and cooperation? Thank you.
Thank you for that. Is there any other questions? Maybe we can... Yes, there's a question over here.
Thank you for a very exciting panel. Again, the question would refer to the change and reform of international security mechanism. And as Her Excellency very rightfully noted, UN is absolutely useless. It fails to deliver the very purpose for which it was built, enshrined in Article 1, to maintain international peace and security. And Ukraine is by far not the first time it has failed. It's more easy to identify the examples where UN has actually managed to do something than hundreds or maybe dozens of cases when it failed. My only question is, all Ukrainian lawyers with a lot of international support have been advocating and demanding for the reform of the absolutely unjust United Nations Security Council veto, which violates the fundamental principle of law that nobody can be a judge in its own cause. It's like the Roman maxim, it's been there for 2,000 years, and we still cannot enforce it in our principal international security organ. What are we missing here? How can we push for that change? Because we see that already France is agreeing, United Kingdom, and even the United States has said that it is open to reform, but it's still not happening. And the country which is perpetrating a genocidal aggression is put in charge of the international security. This is absolutely incomprehensible. Are we failed as a humanity if we cannot manage our own security?
Thank you. So there's two questions about the Ukraine Peace Formula, which has several agenda items that countries are invited to relate to specifically, and a question about the United Nations and collective security. Unless I'm missing that, whether these questions are addressed to a specific panelist, who would like to take them on? Yeah, Mario?
We try. I personally don't think that the United Nations is wrong. What I think is wrong is the way the actors are playing in the United Nations. I mean, the UN Charter and the rest of the pieces of legislation, international legislations, are enough in order to deter Russia, to stop Russia or whatever aggressor in the future. And look, it is not my point of view, it is a fact. We can see what happened in the world in 1991 with the invasion to Kuwait. So the question here is why it is so difficult in this case, because one of the two main architects of the international system is the main heroine of one of the two main architects, the Soviet Union, is the one who is perpetrating this crime. That is why it's so difficult. But look, first of all, about the veto. You very well said, the first article of the UN Charter says clearly which is the main purpose of the organization. It is true that during the Cold War we have this sort of conflict between the sovereign principle, and then the protection of human rights. Sometimes they said, look, I'm crushing the human rights of my people, but it's my own affair. It is not the case here, because it is a nation crushing the human rights of another nation. But even though it could be considered an internal affair, that is not. It's not what I'm saying. The fact is that we have new resolutions, we have new laws that help us to interpret in the correct manner the UN Charter. And the responsibility to protect principle is that it is basically an interpretation rule or principle. Look, it is about time for us to have the guts, I may say, to introduce a resolution in the Security Council, knowing that China or Russia will try to veto it, and send it directly to the International Court of Justice. And it is about time that the ICJ, who is the only legal interpreter of the UN Charter and the different main pieces of legislation of the international system, said clearly, look, you cannot use a tool, an extraordinary tool, whose existence depends on the Charter, because the veto power of the P5 depends on the Charter. And you cannot use an extraordinary tool given by one piece of legislation against the goal of that piece of legislation. I mean, it is acting against the fountain of legitimacy of that particular power that you have. And it is about time for the ICJ, who, by the way, it is an extraordinary court, to say it clearly. And it is about time for the rest of the states, like, for example, there were a lot of initiatives during the Syrian war against the use of veto power by Russia. And Australia, Canada, Argentina, Brazil, Spain, USA, there were a lot of initiatives saying, look, you cannot use P5 against, veto power against one particular resolution that has to do with atrocity crimes, because it goes against our own responsibility in accordance with the first, the second, and the third pillar of R2P. Now, it is about time to say it clearly. The problem is not the institution. The problem is the way we are using the institution. Okay? It is not a matter of the laws. It is about how we make the law work properly.
Yeah. Thank you, Mario. I'm sorry if I'm cutting you short. I just I want to give Rosalind and the ambassador the chance to react also to these questions. Rosalind?
Yeah, maybe just to add on that, when it comes to the law, there is the ideal law and then the reality. In this case, what we've been having is where, for example, in Africa, the belief has always been ICC is a court for the African continent and not the rest of the world. And for the first time when they inducted Putin, then we thought that, yes, it can actually extend beyond. But going back home, Kenya has actually walked this path in 2013 when we had the president and the deputy president indicted alongside 4 others for crime against humanity in 2007, 2008. What happened? They went to the courts and started shuttle diplomacy against the courts so that African nations will actually walk out of the courts, rescind the Rome Statute, and go back and form our own courts back home. That has not worked, but most of the African countries have actually ratified this through their parliaments. So then it asks the question, because the general feeling is the big 5 who have the veto powers, at the end of the day, decide on how best the cases that are taken there influence their interests or not. So I think the conversation is, as the UN lived up to its bidding, because this was an organization that came up after the Second World War, and I think it is high time we have another conversation as the new world order. Do we still need to go continue with the UN? Or do we need to chart a new path and come up with a new organization that can actually look at the interests of all the countries in the world? Because for now, the conversation should be who is having the veto power, but the conversation should be, are we all equal partners for a win-win at any given time?
Thank you. Thank you, Rosalind. I see Mario, you want to mention, but I'm very sorry because time is we're already ahead of time, and I want to give the ambassador the last word.
Something, just
briefly? I want to give you the last word, yes.
When I said that the United Nations and the Security Council are useless, it's because in the pandemics they didn't do anything. For the conflicts, they didn't do anything. They couldn't do anything. It's not that they didn't try. They didn't succeed. which is worse. Because I agree with my friend Mario that the United Nations Charter as it is, it's a very principled one. It's a good thing. It's a good thing. If it worked like it was conceived to work, it would be perfect. Because maybe it's a romantic vision that I have, but I've always dreamt when I was younger of a United Nations that would be just for everybody, because United Nations is exactly designed to do what you are asking for all the states to be equal in the international scene and to protect those states that are weaker or poorer, to put them on a condition of equal with the big powers. The thing is not what it is, the letter, but how it is applied, the letter of the Charter. And maybe if, and there have been many initiatives to change this. There's even a movement that has been working for decades, that was an initiative, Italian initiative in the beginning, who is Uniting for Consensus, to which Argentina belongs from the very first day. And we've been trying to modify the proceedings of the Security Council without any success, I must say. Because the discussion is, many times has been, whether we expand the Security Council or whether we give veto power not only to the 5 that have it now, but some state from Africa, some state from Latin America, some state from Asia, and that's it. We are good. Instead of 5 veto powers, there will be 8 or 9 veto powers, and the situation will be worse because there will be more countries to veto Security Council resolutions according to their regional or specific interests. So maybe the solution is obviously to go to the International Court of Justice to interpret the letter of the Charter. But I think that we also have to stimulate civil society to go to their respective governments and demand that this is changed. Because the countries that can have a saying in this, which are the 5 big powers, are not going to do it for themselves, by themselves, because they are interested in keeping this power, every one of them. But if civil society unites, there's a movement of people demanding their governments to revise this question, to put hands to the cake and move it and transform it and make it better. Maybe we'll have a chance. So that's another item for cooperation between South countries and states.
Thank you so much. I was just informed that we have a few more minutes, so I want to give the word to Beanda, because she hasn't had the chance to speak beyond her opening remarks.
Oh, just very briefly to add on to what Ambassador Lila was saying, I think we cannot keep on with having like first-class UN members and second-class UN members. And the only way to change that, as it's been said, is raise public awareness. I think this is something we all think it's highly discussed because we all move in the same circle. But if you go beyond the scholars or people who are involved in international relations, pretty much no one knows about how the veto works. And so in order to raise public awareness, we need to convey how does it work? How was it founded from the beginning? Because the fact that they hold the keys to any change makes it virtually impossible to change it, except for the legal interpretation. The procedure within the Security Council makes it virtually impossible. So the only way is to raise pressure towards the decision makers so that they feel that they need to take steps to change the situation.
Excellent. Yes, but would anyone like to comment on the question of the Ukrainian peace plan and
One thing that
okay,
I wanted to say that,
go ahead.
look, we have reached some creative forms to avoid the veto power in international criminal law, in particular in the jurisdiction of the ICC. The problem is with the crime of aggression, that it was particularly determined its jurisdiction in the Kampala Conference. But in the case of genocide, crimes against humanity and war crimes, if some of the P5 decide to veto a resolution, for example, to send the case from the Security Council to the ICC, even if it is not a case of a member state of the ICC, they can perfectly do it, because if the Security Council cannot reach an agreement in 4 months, then the case automatically referral to the ICC. The problem is with the crime of aggression. Or, of course, there is another problem, that the whole P5 agree not to send it, but that is practically impossible from the political point of view. Okay? And that's everything I want to say, and I assume perfectly what you have said.
You wanted to react?
I think, in the words of Taras Shevchenko, faith is the light that guides us in dark times. And another quote about faith, which I love, is faith is believing what you don't see, and the result of the faith is seeing what you believe. So basically, Ukraine has to win, and that will change everything, because it will change all the world order. So Slava Ukraini.
Slava. I see there's a couple more questions, but at the same time is running out. So I think that might be a good point to finish this discussion. There's one more question, right? Okay, would you just please state it in about 1 minute if possible, and we'll have a 1-minute answer.
Thank you very much. I really enjoyed this discussion. Matro Shulga from Ukraine. Article 23 of the UN Charter, Security Council composition. Security Council shall consist of 15 members of the United Nations, the Republic of China, France, the Union of the Soviet Socialist Republics, the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, and the United States of America, shall be the permanent members of the Security Council. No Russia at all. This is the UN Charter. How it was possible? No voting in the United Nations General Assembly at all happened. No. Russian Federation happened to be now permanent member without any voting, without application to become a member of United Nations. It's a basic violation of the United Nations Charter happening every day since December 1991. How it's possible to stop? Very simple. Ukraine's official position now is that it's illegitimate that Russia holds membership in the UN and permanent membership in the United Nations Security Council. We just need to raise this issue in the General Assembly. Ukraine, Argentina, Kenya, India, Mexico, Uruguay, any other small and medium-sized members who want to stop this impunity of so-called permanent member or usurper of the permanent membership in the Security Council can do it by voting, by raising this issue in the United Nations General Assembly. If there is a will of all interested parties, we can stop this and send very clear message to all those who want to stay impune from adhering to international law. I think that this is really the way how one of options to consider for all countries who really interested in maintaining international law as the basis for our life in such world. Thank you.
Please.
Thank you for your words, because I forgot to mention before when I was talking about the United Nations that in fact Russia shouldn't have this veto power, because the veto power belonged to the Union of Socialist Republics, and Russia eroded itself the right to inherit this power and this veto power. And my very good friend, Sergei Kislitsa, who is a Ukrainian permanent representative to the United Nations in New York, very clearly said so in one of the Security Council sessions last year, that he did not recognize the sitting of Russia as a permanent member of the Security Council, because it was not for Russia to take it or to inherit, because the URSS had disappeared. So this seat should have disappeared with the URSS. Or Ukraine could have inherited, or Kazakhstan, or Belarus, whatever. But that's another thing that it's strange in this case.
I would like to add, Your Excellency, even in India, Russia just took over the USSR embassy. They took over the USSR cultural center in the center of Delhi, and they are running everything as the whole thing. They just took it over. And the problem was, all the 14 republics at the time were so happy to get out of Russia, they didn't, they didn't do anything to counter it. This was the main problem. Now I think they are realizing that was a mistake.
So, thank you so much to everybody. We have reached the end. I just want to say a couple words to summarize the discussion. We've heard a variety of perspectives on redefining the international security order, also with the development and cooperation component. We've heard about the importance of communication, the importance of information, of exchange, of international law, international institutions. All these frame our discussions and the instruments we have to operate at the international level to hopefully, and this is what brought us together here, to bring justice for Ukraine. And I leave you with that. So thank you very much, everybody, and all of our guests. Let's give one more round of applause to our panelists.
Thank you so much for this great panel, and I would like to specify that this panel was tailored by Ivan, and thank you so much for that. You did a great job. Now we invite our guests, international guests, to the excursion to see the Kyiv, the city where we are. I have to disappoint Ukrainian participants. You are not invited, sorry guys. You can do excursion on your own, probably. So please, not to spend the time, please grab your umbrellas because it's raining outside, and we're waiting for you in the lobby. Thank you so much again.